Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome back to Champions Poker Live. This is Kyle Miller in booth, joined by none other than one of our special guest commentators, Chris Yu. How's it going tonight, Chris?
Doing great. How's it going, Kyle? Good to be back in the booth. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
Yes, I did. Hope you and your wife had a great Thanksgiving. First Thanksgiving together for y'all, right?
Yes, as a married couple, yes. It was a great time.
Nice. Well, getting straight into it, the player introductions. Good to see Patrick back after the holidays. Patrick is a consultant and regular on our stream here. I'm going to go ahead and take Patrick as my big winner prediction for the night.
Very nice. And sitting next to him in the 2 seat, another one of our stream regulars, it's ATM, always willing to give action to the stream and add on to match the big stack. He's looking to make a big splash tonight, and let's see how that goes with the action player on his left.
Yeah, and what a lineup, what a kind of like murderer's row right here, right next to ATM, in between ATM and HV. It's Wes. Always comes with a blind raise. Expect like a $30 blind raise, plenty of straddles in action, nonsensical hands. Wes is a vlogger, Houston local, and he plays nonsensical hands, but always knows where he's at.
And the row of killers just keeps on coming with HV sitting right next to Wes. HV, of course, always willing to give action to the game. Always seems to find himself involved in the biggest or second biggest pot of the night. So let's see if he can keep that trend up.
Yeah, and then there's Tisch Money. Good seeing Tisch back here in the pink. He just got back from visiting family in Minnesota. HV was actually throwing up the M just now because Marlene, Tish's grandmother, tunes in and watches the stream. So hello to Marlene if you're out there watching already.
And next to Tisch, we have B2 sitting in the same seat where he won a massive pot last week, coolering aces and kings, flopping a set. He's a stream regular, always fun to have for the game. Welcome back, B2.
Silver Fox right next to the youngest player in the Champions lineup. It's Ethan. Ethan, not afraid to play big pots. He plays even with some of our craziest players, the 10 quarter and bigger streams as well. So good to see Ethan in this lineup.
And arguably our best dressed player tonight, new player on the stream, 2%. I've personally had the pleasure of playing multiple fun pots with him at various card rooms. He brings great action to the game, and we're always happy to welcome new players onto the stream. So let's see what kind of dent 2% makes in this table of killers.
And talking about action, rounding it out, it's Jhonathan in the 9. I played with him as well and can attest to his action. Not afraid to play any 2 cards dealt to him. And it's always good seeing him here on the Champions stream. The stakes are 1-3. It's going to play 1-3-6. It's going to look a lot like 2-5 or 5-5. And the buy-ins you can see right there. Everybody buying in for 1K. It is match the stack, so expect chips to get in the middle quickly and then players to add on.
150?
Maybe.
150.
It looks like to start the game, the players are talking about the knit button that is already engaged to start the stream. For those of you who are unfamiliar, those little red buttons in front of everybody signify the knit game. If you are the last player to win a hand, you have to pay the knit tax, which is $150 in this case. So it definitely helps drive up the action in these big games.
The $1 chip. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, guys.
And this is one of our first streams back after
He was
the
thinking it.
Texas PLO Roundup Poker Tour.
We're just messing.
Came right here to Champions. Had a nice long series, big buy-in events. So we've made some changes to the stream table and stream graphics. You're going to see that 4-color deck be used as well. Let us know how you like that.
I was just screwing around.
Oh, yeah.
So was he.
Ace King gets it done firsthand.
Look at that.
Night hand.
Got to show the hand in order to get rid of the nit button.
One every hand.
If it was suited, I'd come along with you, but suited.
Button.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And I gotta say, I'm really liking
you.
how clean
Just
everything on
looking
the
at it,
table
just
and the
looking at
graphics
it.
looks now. Obviously, since I've last commentated, we've got the beautiful upgrades to the table, courtesy of
you
the
raise,
Texas
Wes?
PLO Roundup and the championship event that we just recently held here. But also new chips, new graphics. The reds look all shiny and fresh, so
Yeah.
it's nice on the eyes. I like it.
Oh shit, I'm gonna straddle.
Yeah, and we're going to get another felt here pretty soon. We were just having a meeting about that earlier today. Obviously, you see that branding of the Texas PLO Roundup. And we will return to our Octopi Poker partnership with Octopi Poker.
Limp theory there.
So expect that new felt.
on here?
Additional readers instead of just the single RFID. Those boxes you see in front of each player, a little bit bigger. Double reader makes it easier to scan cards in, let us know what they're playing.
61.
Wes has a good hand this year.
Dealer friendly play. Thank you.
Suited ace 9 bumps it
There
up
he is.
from the small blind, and here we go. 2% going to 250 with the 5s.
I've been told that when I have a good hand, I start turning more red.
Grandma.
2%'s first time on stream here at Champions, first time in the room for him, but about half the table has played with him before.
Came up during Thanksgiving dinner.
Obviously in this lineup, nobody is afraid to
Weird.
get in the mix. Heads up we go here, 520 in the middle already.
Gonna cut into our hourly guys.
Queen
I think I
high,
need a
two-tone. Not a club in sight for the ace 9.
need to tell, so
Does pick up a gut shot
in that.
the turn.
HB's cousins, or they his?
Continuing to check through.
They whooped his ass and
Board pairs in the end.
They're running the.
Slight
on the
graphics
screen.
error there, so it's 8-8.
What?
Not
Nice.
a jack there.
Hand. Wow.
5s get to showdown.
Who invited this guy?
How long do we have to play?
4 hours.
Oh.
So you have to get
Get
red
that
when
one
you
out.
have a good hand? When you have a good hand?
He turns blue.
Yeah.
It would be a really great thing to put out there if you actually just are naturally red a lot. Yeah, that means I have a good hand.
Yeah, basically.
Dude, I don't know how much whiskey you
Every
have.
hand is
Drink
every
for
hand
it.
has a good hand.
I think
It's a little different.
Yeah, it seriously looks like that. You know what this kind of reminds me of is like the Hustler box. They keep it in there like that. And you can feel your cards like that.
And number 3 of the night,
Oh shit, sorry, I forgot.
You know,
Jack 10, first in for 15.
Yeah, this is way cooler than Hustler. Eddie's never asked me to see my tits.
Looks like ATM is going to be getting aggressive here with the 3-bet, though. Wes, of course, making the call on the dealer button, looking to get rid of his nit button as well, going 3 ways to a flop.
That might be it. Did he ask you then?
Hey, Ethan's not old enough to hear.
Wes as the first player to make a pair here.
One.
He's not nice. He's like 15 or 16.
He has the internet. He knows what happens at Hustler. It was just saying that.
dude, at TCH last week, these guys were making fun of me, like, because I looked young. They're like, "Are you gonna go to Chuck E. Cheese after this?" One of them, like, you should go to Chuck E. Cheese, and then like one of them had this weird ass mustache on.
Looks like Wes's bet will take it down, shows down the pair of 7s, and is also safe from the nit game. No surprise there. I'm pretty confident I've never seen Wes Cushall lose the nit game on stream here before. Looking to defend that reputation rotation with pride tonight.
CCH Houston. They were broing Tim up, and I was like,
They were
"Fuck
throwing
you."
Tim up.
Yeah, I called out
And then I cashed out. And
Patrick as my biggest winner prediction. I will easily go with Wes as my highest VPIP prediction.
Funny if it looks true.
Let's see. Biggest winner tonight.
In the moment, I was actually.
I'm feeling a Tisch Money comeback tonight. I don't know what it is, but there's something in the air. I think Tisch is gonna take down a big one tonight.
Looks like you agree with Trolp. Good to see Trolp in chat. Trolp taking big winner. Tisch.
Then I think VPIP, no questions asked. I'm gonna take the safe bet and also bet on Wes as well.
Yeah.
Which I kind of did. I like it.
Real hand for Wes now, though. Suited queen.
I bluffed one of them.
Some
and
connectivity as well.
I was so pissed off.
Call that a suited gapper.
That's when they told that to me.
One diamond out there for him. Nobody
I thought you said
with a
that was the
pair.
promotion we're gonna have today.
Queen high, the best of it.
You get the little reds.
And Jhonathan going to elect to take a lead on this flop with his gut shot straight draw. King high board, so you tend to think that it favors Wes's opening range, but nonetheless, Jhonathan does take the lead spot, and good card for Wes, improves to top pair, good kicker. Jhonathan now drawing to that gut shot to the 6 in order to take down the hand, but keeps up the aggression and pumps 125 into the pot.
Get a coffee.
Get it.
Don't imagine Wes was floating the flop to fold when improving on a queen, so we'll make the call.
And position as well. It's his world. Gets to reevaluate and not in the guts, but does river pair. Jhonathan goes check, check. They take their showdown value.
Queen good.
And Jhonathan is able to give up on the bluff, does improve to have at least something, so doesn't feel obligated to fire the triple barrel. Would have been interesting to see how Wes responded to that if he did have to face the triple off from someone who doesn't have the nit button, but doesn't come to it.
I'm assuming it's a mandatory 6, right?
I mean, we all kind of do it. We all just kind of do it.
You already know.
Sometimes people forget though, you know, and it's kind of
Yeah.
awkward.
Oh.
And I believe it was implemented during the PLO roundup, but I am a really big fan of the 4-color card deck graphics. I know the cards are obviously still the 2-color, which is totally fine, but the 4-color graphics always helped me quite a lot just to understand and make sense of boards a little better, especially when I was newer to poker, so it's refreshing to see that come back.
Yeah, whenever I play online, I am a big fan of the 4-color deck. I tend to go more like dark mode with it, though.
Yep.
This is light mode 4-color deck.
He just got up. He put on his Hawaiian shirt or whatever. And he went down.
Looks like B2 is going to find the 3-bet with the ace-3 and is going to also get rid of his nit button. Going pretty quick right now. I think we're down to 5 if I'm counting correctly now.
You want to play?
Oh, do you have a rule about if somebody reminds somebody or says something
Yeah.
stupid?
Yeah.
You can't remind them
Well,
yet.
obviously you can't.
If you remind them, you get your button back.
You remind someone to get your button.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, okay. That's a good idea.
You remind someone to
They
show
always
the
wanna
thing.
That's a great idea.
We get $1,000.
We just put extra money.
Yeah,
We
so
put extra money
I
in.
haven't heard that.
25 per cap, yeah.
But that's good.
Yeah.
That's basically like
No,
what it was.
somebody
Like they were
will
so
say some
adamant
dumb
about
shit. We're like,
strategy,
hey,
but like they would.
Yeah, and if they have a button, they got an extra button.
that's good. I like that.
Yeah, you
That's
know?
really good.
Big hand. First to act. It's ace-king offsuit. Raises to 30.
Do it, then I'll-
And the red 10's in the hold for ATM. Immediately finds the 3-bet to 80. Folding around into the blinds and back on the initial raiser.
As Wes pick his card, I know he's gonna sit here and you're gonna sit here. Yeah.
2 players with nit buttons and both opening from the earliest of possible positions here, so should be interesting to see how they choose to proceed. Does elect to just call Patrick,
Every single bet.
knowing the ATM's 3-bet is pretty strong.
It's scripted.
We've all just agreed to come here and let HP win.
7 deuce deuce, 2 diamonds.
7-4 gets there.
Always says that he wins. It's like, how does he do it?
I show him, we show him the message that you sent.
Not the favorite of flops for ace-king, but
Yeah.
is going to float.
Like, what's this little fishy here?
Finds the pair on the turn for top.
Best turn in the deck for Patrick. Might be easier for ATM to put Patrick on an ace. Let's see if there's a fun river. Nine of diamonds, not going to change much though, and Patrick with a stone cold lock on the hand is now going to switch from just call mode to bet for value. ATM is going to flick in the call, but does see the bad news. King on the turn, and Patrick going to take down the pot, get rid of his nip button.
Save money if it was good enough to call if I jammed, because I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I think if he 4-bets pre-flop, that ATM might actually be a little more worried about that, but the 10s are just too strong, given that he just called pre.
Yeah, pretty standard spot, all things considered. I don't mind making the call at all. Really only losing to hands like Ace King and King Queen at that point. Suited kings as well, so no sense in folding there. ATM getting a decent price as well. So just making the call and moving on. ATM is not afraid to give some action, even if he doesn't have the stones.
Yeah, and the night is early. Stacks are deep yet shallow. If you've ever seen our streams play out, you know stacks are going to get very, very deep.
Yeah, exactly.
We were talking about, just before we started the stream, Chris and I were talking about how ATM specifically, ATM and a couple other players, love just getting chips in the middle quickly so that there's more chips on the table. It's either they stack other players or they get stacked and they can match the stack, play bigger pots as the night progresses.
Lots of interesting hands taking a flop this time. Ethan's sixes buried behind a lot of equity. Best hand pre-flop, but
That's the beauty of the blind.
Patrick smashing the flop with his ace and jack.
People can't know that you're blind raising. You have to like.
And HV, despite the pot being severely multi-way, I think 5 people going at this before the flop, sends out a pretty chunky c-bet of 125. But this seems like a bit of a one-and-done bet, especially if Patrick uses those chips he's cutting out and fires a raise. This will be a pretty quick fold from HV.
People don't pay attention and they're just like, one raise I mean, it's not asked.
Spring, it kind of makes more sense as spring because the game plays so much bigger. A little bit.
HV with the very quick fold. Patrick's raise obviously extremely strong in that spot, so no messing around from HV. We'll just find the fold.
It's good HP to play hand.
He's played more hands than I have.
What a shot.
Crazy, right? We're both at 0, I think.
I played 2 hands.
Have you?
I don't have my hand. Oh, you can take it back.
Hey,
Oh,
you guys
I don't
remember.
need that.
I don't remember.
What did you show?
I don't remember getting 3 bet by ace 3 offsuit.
That's bullshit.
There he is.
That's a little bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, we made Tisch play it off one time. He didn't show, and
What I do?
he showed and didn't get rid of it.
Yeah.
And ended up going heads up for it. Oh wow! Okay, all this action.
Did he forget that he?
I think I still won it though.
Yeah, no, you didn't. Well, you didn't lose.
Yeah.
And picking back up on the action on this board, it looks like we've got an open and then a lot of calls. 3-betting the ace-jack is HV and flopping the stones on king, queen, 10. Very nice spot for HV now.
So it was finally when you were heads up that it showed. It doesn't sound like Tisch, right?
Unfortunately for HV, everybody really doesn't have much. Wes really with the only big connection to the hand, but as I say that, it looks like ATM is going to put in the call with his straight draws. Unfortunately, he is absolutely dominated, and the turn is going to seal the deal for Wes.
Wasn't that long ago.
Drawing dead, ATM can only improve to a chop here. Dream spot for HV. Gonna keep barreling, hoping somebody has something here.
All right.
Think you're better than me?
HV runs so pure on these streams.
Tonight.
Truly a luck box, as Marlene
Not at poker.
Money,
No, stop gassing up.
Tisch Money's grandmother would say.
Come on, it's disrespectful.
Wes, just with top pair, gets no improvement on the river. HV no longer having the nuts, but honestly, really nothing to be concerned out for him here. He only has about 500 left in his stack, and the rest of that should be going in the middle.
All in.
That's all in.
Who's this? That's all.
I was thinking a minute ago, it's like,
I gave you the wrong button.
it's probably the only time I can stack off.
Let's go with this.
That's why we were confused.
Come on.
We're lucky. I believe it's 465.
Flops the joint
Just flop the nuts like that? It wasn't a nuts.
and gets the maximum in the end.
465.
Wes is going to pay with his top pair.
Yeah,
I bet my grandma's
against Wes too, right? I mean, like, typically you got to do a little thinking when you're playing Wes in a hand, 3 streets, but like, it's really nice.
Yeah, when you're playing top pair like that and the board pairs itself, you're not worried about your kicker typically as much. It's improved quite a bit, so not super surprised to see the call there in the end. And again, given the stacks as we look at the cumulative winnings. It's early though. Well, we do have some players up quite a bit following that hand, that clash between HV and Wes. These numbers will change pretty drastically by the end of the night. 5-hour stream, as usual.
1,500.
Going to be streaming tomorrow. And it's PLO with the Stallions. And then Wednesday and Thursday, some high stakes hold'em. Back to more or less our regular stream schedule following the PLO roundup. We did a bunch of feature tables and final tables during that tournament series. Hosted the Poker Go Tour. Still had some high stakes cash throughout that. You can find some of that on both our channel and the Poker Go YouTube channel and Poker Go app. Make sure to download that Poker Go app. Sign up if you haven't already.
Looks like Ethan opening up the ace-queen suited and is going to get calls from a lot of the field. Not a very pretty flop, though, for ace-queen. Pretty hard to feel good about your hand multi-way. Does still have the best of it, technically, but Wes improving on the turn to a flush draw to go along with his gut shot is going to lead out into the field, and Ethan with just ace-queen high, not able to make this call. Jhonathan, however, does improve to bottom pair, so we'll see if he wants to play it out, but he does not choose to do so, and Wes is able to take down the pot pretty quickly.
Wow.
Believe me. Come on. You have to believe me sometimes.
He definitely turned 10. He definitely just a king.
Well, I had queens and tens with a queen.
Yeah.
Kicker, so yeah, just a king.
It's unbelievable. How does he do it? Oh yeah, you have chili all over your hands, dude.
Wow, new felt and everything?
You almost like dirtied up the. That would have been bad.
I'm leaving in like 30 minutes.
Okay, well, I would say before you do, I'll close out with the start.
I appreciate it.
Everyone else okay?
Yo.
I didn't use that.
I would have smacked you if you stay in this. On stream.
I got one with Tisch's chip.
Still just 20 to go on this hand. Oh, but action is going to come around to Wes, so definitely not 20 to go now. Suited king, out of a big blind, goes to 160. Got to thin the field a little bit.
It's probably your pre-tip.
Yeah.
This squeeze most likely to get the job done.
160.
I don't know. Jhonathan and ATM. Some of our action players tonight. Yeah, there it is. Reaching for chips is Jack 10 offsuit.
And look at ATM's stack. He's not got much left, so let's dance, says ATM, and jams it all in there. Wes with the
And,
quick
yeah.
jam.
Over the top. If you can't see it, those are some oversized octagon purple chips. They're worth 500 each.
Oh my god, I have nothing.
365.
I mean, that essentially just becomes tournament poker, right? And suited king is super strong.
All right.
Jhonathan
go.
makes the call as well. We've got a three-way all-in. Wes covering both, but buried behind both of these hands equity-wise.
One time.
One time.
1,600 in the middle.
Deuce, that's a big deuce out there. Oh, wow.
2 players open-ended now as Jhonathan turns 2 pair. ATM had flopped best, but
Straight.
ooh, straight and a straight.
Wait, that's not an ace.
I think we need to count his chips and then he get inside.
got three.
Let's get inside and then.
Everybody loves seeing what Wes made that move with. And they're just going to be chopping Jhonathan up here.
65. Yeah. That's all West.
Okay, 9 on the river, bro.
Standard Texas hand. Another quick look at the leaderboard. No shocker. All the nits in the red, plus Jhonathan being taken to the felt. And since ATM didn't outright win that hand, he has to keep that nit button. Tisch Money, Ethan, also with nit buttons. One of them is going to have to pay the nit tax, $150 to the middle in the form of a splash pot.
Like, what is this?
And a nice little pot there for Wes is going to take down the side pot against Jhonathan, so he does end up profiting for the hand.
The best hand. Yeah, I know. Yes, absolutely.
You're not supposed to lose. You're not supposed to chop it. But
Thank you.
Got them pretty fresh.
consider the alternative.
4 and 3 and 10.
Absolutely.
Blank, 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 4.
Yes.
amazing.
Right?
You're right.
I mean, there's a lot of worlds where that runs out
I'm okay with a chop.
with all whiffs and a 4.
Oh, then.
What happened? Oh, yeah, I know. All that can't get rid of my
Some
button.
defense.
Let's go defense.
Pretty good.
Wow, folds all the way around to ATM.
40.
He had 10s earlier.
40.
Now, the black 9s
I was kind of hoping I had the same hand.
King 40.
goes to 40.
Yeah.
HV, Queen Jack in the big blind, defends.
I already hate this hand. I don't know why.
Can you go?
All 3 of those hands,
Queen Jack, open-ended.
I'm not even playing. The other ones are way more hard.
And we are sitting with a pure coin flip post flop again.
They can't make the wheel.
ATM now really not wanting to improve to a set, or he will be in a world of hurt here. Really no clean turn cards for the pocket 9s at this point. Unless the 7 of diamonds comes off, actually. That's probably the only turn card in the deck that really might make ATM feel great about his hand. Is going to improve to that open-ended straight draw. Of course, again, we do not want to hit the 9. But now a jack is a clean out. So, good card for ATM.
And they blocking each other's cards and shit. It's ridiculous.
HV is just thinking about, is ATM trying to steal this?
Shout out to Kyle for the recommendation.
Super simple, nothing too crazy.
I'm really not deep stacked at all is ATM right now, so gonna be well less than a pot size bet going to the Jack of Hearts on the river. Gin for ATM. HV does finally improve to his pair, but no good. Straight in the guts for ATM, and he is all in back-to-back hands.
Two combos here.
But I'm probably gonna miss him.
You might miss an orbit or two to
Chili and Coke.
Eat a chili and drink a Coke.
That's why I had to win the mid button.
They should call that combo.
HV knows ATM's perfectly capable of finding the triple barrel bluff here.
They should call it runs it twice.
So this board is very, very, very connected. HV, of course, losing to any 9, losing to any king, losing to lots of 2-pair combos. Still loses to hands like pocket queens. Not necessarily that ATM would play them this way, but nonetheless, he's losing to quite a lot here, really only with a pure bluff catcher. He does block some of the straights with that queen of spades in his hand, but also block some of those flush draws that ATM could be blasting off with as well. So in the world of theoretical poker, this is a fold, but we are playing Champions Live poker, not theoretical poker, so I think the chips are going in on this river.
It's pretty disgusting, but.
No, but he's going to have a coffee once he finishes.
HV does like
You don't drink.
bluff catchers, likes to find the hero calls, especially when it's not too costly.
That one's called explosive twice.
You'd mentioned that SPR going into the river card.
The train wreck. The backdoor. Yeah.
Backdoor train wreck.
Backdoor spin.
As you mentioned, I think he's just going to level himself into,
You got a couple whiskeys to
if I call twice and find my pair on the end,
the other side. God, shit.
why am I not going to look him up? And he does look him up.
99.
But you saw the body language. He was ready to
Nice to have a straight and block.
call and muck at the same time. Knows he's going to be wrong good amount of the time, which he was.
Getting such an insane price on that call, too, is largely the reason why ATM ultimately does flick in the chips.
Don't tell him. If he doesn't know, don't tell him.
I hope he flopped a set.
The Artie just me and you doing?
I'm glad you remembered.
I hope he flopped us. I think he caught me with a
I
10.
was thinking that. I could.
It's so cold.
This side's over.
Not far off, ATM, not far off.
Same thing.
I'm hoping that it is.
I like that river. That was a good river.
Here.
I don't see why they won't.
Right, turn the heat on.
No, hot chocolate.
Bring you a hot chocolate. Dude. No, the cool.
They gotta have hot chocolate here.
Can't go a stream without talking about the very efficient air conditioning in the stream room. Under those lights can get pretty hot pretty quick, but yeah, they're right underneath the AC as well. 10's going to be under the pressure here. Trying to put some pressure on as well. This hand raises to 50.
And interesting to see Patrick electing to go with just the call instead of the 3-bet with the ace-queen. Hand could use some protection. And Jhonathan absolutely smashing the flop. Ace-queen with no chance to win this hand now. Technically 1%, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ethan, however, with some backdoor draws and getting a pretty good price, I think, is going to make the call with his gut shot as well. So we should still be 3-handed to a turn.
Good luck.
Give us a quick moment. See if we've completely lost that. We are back.
And Ethan did not elect to just call with his knit button still active, and gut shot to the nuts as well as a backdoor heart draw is going to use this hand as a check raise bluff, but very bad news for him at this point. He has run into what is essentially the stones here. It is the stones actually on this flop, and Patrick obviously kicking himself now for not 3-betting pre-flop. Little does he know he's in a terrible spot and is going to make the fold. And we are heads up to a turn with, again, another pretty shallow SPR. And in the guts, 9 of spades for Ethan. Gin turn card. Ship the chips to him.
All in a quick call. Both players probably feeling amazing about their hand, but Ethan more so. Going one time. Needs the board to pair. It does not.
Is that a 7-card straight?
Yeah.
Oh, That's a hand.
You get a bonus.
7 cards straight.
Sick check raise on the flop. Gets the money in early. Just binks it on the turn.
Crushes the dream turn card and gets maximum value from top set. Nicely played hand by Ethan. Does choose to take his stand and get aggressive, and unfortunately for Jhonathan, I think he played the hand perfectly as well. Doesn't want to scare off his customer with the nuts and gets brutally punished by that turn card.
Yeah, that's a flop that really you're not going to connect with all that often as the initial raiser. Maybe there's some top, some ace 10, king 10, that sort of thing, jack 10 suited, but smash the flop, get the straddle to check raise you and put some chips in. You know that's a board that's typically going to hit them a little bit more, or at least they're going to rep it, and all the chips were getting in.
Yeah, Jhonathan probably holding the nut advantage on that board, but the range advantage clearly in the wheelhouse of the straddle. So both players playing the hand to perfection. Just, again, pretty unfortunate spot for Jhonathan. Got a feel for him. Ran not too great there, and obviously that 2-pair on the turn versus the rivered straights and that 3-way all-in pot. But Jhonathan is not afraid to fight and play some pots, so quick rebuy from Jhonathan and is going to keep fighting.
No, you don't. I'll show you big range. That one.
2% getting involved again after his first hand and is going to be raising the beautiful Jack 9 of diamonds. Everybody with pretty similar hands, though. Lots of jacks, 9s, and 7s I'm seeing across the field. And an ace-king high board. And ATM is going to flop the nut straight. Of course, there are a lot of clubs available, but that is very good news for ATM. If B2 folds this hand, no one is going to be able to improve to beat him other than runner, full house. But it is going to be just a call from B2 with a 9-high flush draw. And on the turn, B2 binking the 9-high flush. This hand is over. All over but the crying. Unless a royal comes out on the board, this hand is being shipped away of that man B2 with second nuts at the moment. King of hearts on the river. B2 still with the second nuts. The second nut flush, rather.
Go. Check.
9, that's pretty good. That's the second nuts. Of course. Second nut flush.
And B2 is going to ship the pot with the flush.
What? Can't even see from here. I got the worst seat in the house.
Never folded to you again.
Thank you.
They're all the same shape.
What the hell? I was like, what the hell?
We're all like making comments.
There's a flush out there? What? What the hell?
B2, you got Tisch's money.
I know, I was all these green chips, these dirty ones.
Okay.
And it is going to be Tisch Money having to pay the nit tax, unfortunately. Was not able to find a hand in time and is going to be starting off paying the tax.
I like them a little mixed up.
Run it back after this one.
You know?
Y'all want to run it? Run it back again? Pass it. Yeah.
Run that shit back.
As a reminder, we are playing the $150 splash pot this hand. Tisch Money has had to ante the $150 into the middle after being unable to get rid of his nit button.
Everybody's getting fucking like ace king, and I'm getting dealt like queen deuce offsuit.
It happens sometimes, man. Poker sucks like that sometimes.
Must be nice.
Sometimes it's really cool.
Must be nice to just hit.
Off the nuts.
And big hand alert. Wes with the ace-king offsuit will 3-bet over Jhonathan's raise, but Tisch Money, or not Tisch Money rather, HV waking up with pocket kings in the cutoff. Kings versus ace-king preflop. Jhonathan just with the ace-8 suited
I'm glad I didn't bet the rest.
is going to consider his options, but does choose to fold. And now back over to Wes. Wes is not afraid of action. HV with only about $1,000 left in his stack. All in and a snap call. HV with the kings.
He's having fun, see?
It's my equity usually.
I like.
$2,500 pot with
That's the one.
HV in the commanding lead here over Wes.
Yeah. Oh my
It's just a
god.
better way of saying one out.
And all diamonds on the flop. Wes holding the ace of diamonds and bink the turn. Ship the cheddar to Wes. Ace king of diamonds, or ace king with the ace of diamonds is going to crack the kings of HV. Wes taking down a big pot early on in the stream and is going to felt HV with the ace king, ace of diamonds.
I thought Wes had way worse than ace queen, to be honest.
Well, he had ace king.
Yeah, so that's the first thing.
No, I thought he had way worse.
Then ace queen.
Hiya.
We both heard ace queen.
Can we go to the?
We heard it. We heard it. We heard it. It's alright.
Oh well. Can't win them all.
Way better than ace queen.
How does that happen? Kings, ace king.
We've already established that.
Correct. I wasn't asking you.
Still mad at that.
Pretty big cooler for HV is going to quickly reach for some chips so that he can add back on. And now, Wes. From the bottom to the top of the leaderboard, Wes up $1,000. HV and Jhonathan making up the majority of the net losses so far. Everybody else in the profit column except for Tisch Money having to pay out the net tax previously.
Yeah, yeah. But you saw.
Both like the annoying rich kids from the school that like can't shut the fuck up. That's us too. Oh my lord.
Did you do anything fun in Minnesota or just hang out with family? Did you go? Was it too cold outside to do anything?
Oh, I went on a few winter walks.
You did? Nice.
What was the temperature?
Below 10.
Go check.
Really? Cold, like,
I was
At
saying
night.
in a milk bag.
I went to Chicago for Thanksgiving. It was like 15.
It was like
After that action hand, we've got a lot of players taking this flop, and 2 diamonds in ATM's hand are no good. B2, or not B2, rather 2% actually this time. Going to be flopping the flush draw, but the deuces of Patrick well in the lead. Boat City for him. Has this hand pretty much locked up as well. Wes can, of course, improve to a higher full house, and so can ATM. And deuces counterfeited on the river. 6 of diamonds is going to play for aces full of 6s.
150.
And 2% going for the 0% bluff on the river here. Patrick really annoyed with this river. This sucks for him. Losing to quads, losing to any 6, losing to any pair now is probably just going to have to make the fold. And I don't see ATM making the fold, so I think we're going to see the pot shipped in his direction. Unlucky for Patrick.
2%.
Fucking 2% for sure. Good hand.
Thank you.
What he called me with some dog shit.
Full house.
he had full house, dude.
Full house.
Deuces full of ATM.
God, where's the diamond when I need one, man? You talk about 2%. Where's the diamond when I need one, man?
Diamond, you get paid.
Yeah.
Diamond, you get stacked. He flopped a boat.
I had a boat on the
He
flop.
flopped a boat.
Yeah.
Who did?
He had twos.
Twos full of
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Deuces full of aces
Golly.
full. Good hand.
Diamond would have been sweet.
Yeah, diamond would have been good for you.
Jeez.
Always hard for deuces to improve. Typically going to be bottom boat.
If I call him,
And somehow they were even worse than bottom boat by that river, so
Yeah.
deuces sometimes loses, and they do this time.
I didn't see it. I wouldn't.
After that big hand with Wes, HV has, of course, fully added back on and intends to get close to matching the stack, so this game will continue to grow as the night goes on.
Quad. One of the 2.
you were saying you had quads.
I could have tens there. Check dark in the turn. I mean, it could have. We'll see. Somebody
Could have.
plus draw too.
And it is now Jonathan's turn to pick up the Cowboys. B2 making the raise with the ace of clubs, 8 of diamonds, but Jhonathan making the 3-bet with the black kings.
The river there.
No, I like it. It was a
The
good
story was definitely not fucking boats.
B2 making the call, and we do get 3 hearts on board, neither player holding a heart in hand. Jhonathan is going to check out of position, check, check, and ace of spades on the turn. Jhonathan now drawing pretty thin.
You don't get paid by winning.
Today, Pat.
And unfortunately, the passive play on the flop not going to do Jhonathan any favors. Ace of spades going to improve B2's hand significantly. River seals the deal. No heart in hand for either player, so likely to go check, check, but B2 will take down the pot.
It's so thick.
Unless...
At top full house. But he was, apparently he was a PLO player, so he only check called river like he
Unless Jhonathan finds the barrel. Very nice. Realizing his hand is no good behind a lot of stuff and is just going to represent the hearts.
Wow.
Takes some guts to go for that play, especially with the ace and king and queen of hearts all unaccounted for. Could be running into a monster there, but fearless is Jhonathan once again and is rewarded with that pot. Nice hand.
The best feeling.
Yeah, I was just like, how did I know?
Grandma would be happy right now.
Yeah. Wow, he finally loses it all in. Wow.
It would be tough.
Wes again with the blind raise to 30. Looks like we have a exposed 7 of spades. That won't be coming this hand. It'll be the first burn card.
Can I just do a Moscow Mule? Please.
HV. 3 bets the blind raise.
You want marshmallows on that or?
Hey, you're trying to make him think you look older, but you know, chocolate's not the way to go.
Hey, don't bully him.
Easy defend for Wes.
Get a little whipped cream on top of that.
And these two going to battle once again. This time, not a fair fight. HV crushes the flop, crushes the turn even harder. Wes is drawing extremely thin, except to a chop.
HV has most of the royal flush and is going to have to show it in order to get rid of the nit button.
Wes, of course, not interested in putting any money in the pot when he has no equity, as most wise poker players are.
He's the best.
About them Rockets, man. Fun to watch.
They're looking great.
I mean,
Oh man,
They are.
I like second in the West, but
did you see that game last night? That was
I mean, they've had a lot of games that have been way too close. But
Yeah.
I mean, they're young.
Yeah.
That
no,
shot he made from the sky, like Van Fleet just threw that thing up, man. Like finally came down and
Absolutely.
they play great at home.
Folds around to 2%.
That's a good race. That's a proper race.
Goes to 45. The $12 straddle is on.
Gets aces to fucking lose it. Serves him right. That's the script tonight. 2 calls, 3 calls. That is the
Check 10 is in there. And one of the 9s in the muck from the $12 straddle.
you play pretty good defense.
Heads up now.
never.
Jack 10 does improve to the gut shot on the flop, but it is going to go check, check, check very quickly.
That's kind of told him.
As soon as you said that diamond, I was like,
One of the fastest check down pots you will ever see. In record time, 5 seconds is all it takes to ship the pot to 2%.
They always run dead against me.
Nice then.
Usually, yeah.
Smallest pot in recent orbits.
Aces, what?
Ace's brother.
Because it always
Younger brother.
happens. He always has aces.
Every time, bro.
He's a diamond.
And I just told him that before the stream.
that's the only reason I asked you, because I had ace king. I assumed you had aces.
Yes.
The only thing I've learned so far is playing with a lot of nits in this.
We should have run it 3 times. I was making a joke. West, you want to run it 3 times?
me and you, ATM. What
It's me and
the
you.
hell, man?
Let's go.
What do we do, man?
I don't know. We gotta liven it up a bit.
We can't. Then what do you mean? That was drinks, man. They're all trying to
They're trying to take our money.
hot chocolates and shit. You know. What the? I know, man. Because I want one, but I'm.
Come on, Ethan, get a beer.
I'm not so, I want one, but I'm not so set.
We won't tell anybody. Be our secret.
How's the strawberry daiquiris here? They're pretty good.
Probably pretty good.
Bad players.
5 players gonna see the flop together. Bunch of big little combos here, and comes out connected and all clubs.
60.
3 players connecting.
Hi-ya.
Damn, easy one.
2% taking it down with the best of it.
That was easy money.
Gotta say, small sample size, but 2% is a welcomed addition to the stream.
Yeah, he's definitely not afraid to give action to the table, always livens it up, is also willing to engage in the table talk.
Yeah.
Very, very fun player. Hopefully we see him make some recurring appearances on the stream.
Trying, dude. Spring
I was
five.
gonna go and sounds dumb, but then I looked and I was like, oh, I have a haircut scheduled that day.
30%.
That's why you got the tickets.
Whole bunch of nothing.
I thought the cards would be a lot.
Dealt out this hand. King 5 is going to be the first 10.
Yeah.
Not bad.
There it is. Wes with a real hand, which is dangerous because
Are they tough?
we know he raises with nothing. They know he raises with nothing.
The knit chips? Or
No, the
This time he's got
I don't know.
premium.
never had a shuffle in this
They're
shit.
actually very hard.
They are actually, yeah.
Comes with a small raise.
You need some big old hands to do those.
Yeah.
Hey,
And Patrick is going to come along.
Yeah.
oh, maybe.
Offsuit King 5 in position.
Do a little twirl.
Maybe. I could maybe do the twirl and knit tips, you know. I have to have a big ass hand.
About as boring of a flop as you can ask for, which is a good thing for Wes. Ace 7 deuce. This hand is virtually over unless Patrick wants to get ambitious and represent this ace or find some kind of creative bluff, but Wes might not be the right person to try that against. We'll see, though. I think Patrick called with this hand pre-flop with devious intentions, so we'll see what he ends up deciding to do.
He does have a wheel draw.
And he does raise, but the sizing is pretty small by the looks of it. 185, only going about 3x over the raise. And I think if we're going to commit to this line, it might be more poignant to go just a bit bigger here. Make it a bit easier to get all the chips in as a bluff if you want Wes to fold a hand like pocket 10s, jacks, 9s, kings, queens, etc. Of course, Wes is at the top of his range, so he will not be going anywhere, especially on relatively dry flop, only spades. Jack of clubs is going to pretty much make it such that no bluff will ever work for the remainder of this hand. However, Wes with top 2 pair and elects to just get the hand over with right here, right now. Rips it all in. Patrick, I think, going to fake tank before letting his hand go, not given the chance to bluff.
May have been horrible.
For those of you who are wondering why Wes might have jammed there, Wes probably perceiving Patrick as maybe a bit of a tighter player, expecting Patrick's raises to consist of a lot of hands containing an ace of some kind, so hoping to potentially cooler another ace or another hand like 2 pair, like ace deuce a7. So
Look at these V-pips. How often players are voluntarily putting money into the pot. Most of the table above 30%. Half the table right around that 50% plus mark. And Wes with the lead where it matters. 1,240 in the green for him. Ethan, close to 1,000 there. Still early. Appreciate everyone tuning in.
Oh.
It's been a fun one so far, and it's only going to get better.
Those are probably mine.
Pots will get bigger.
No.
Yeah, just send it in.
And
My
a
bad.
bit of a misdeal there.
Oh, man. I just throw them in, don't look at them, but I guess I'll see them later and be like,
Sounds like cards got combined.
You hate to see it, dude. Hate to see it. I had a premium, I think.
And while the Texas PLO Roundup was a great series, we are done with 4-card poker, at least for today. It will be returning tomorrow, though. Another stream with the Stallions, if I'm recalling correctly.
This is true. Plenty of PLO still out in the room, though. Houston, known to be a PLO city. So we actually even have a bomb pot table going currently. PLO double board bomb pot. It's been spread, open and spread a couple times this week, or within this last week.
I was talking to Kyle about it before the stream. I wanted to hop on that table just to have a little fun, potentially gamble before hopping into the booth, but there was no open seat for me. So tragedy, but I will get in the mix another time.
There he is.
Now, looking at the action, Tisch Money had to pay the nit tax last time, wakes up with the first real hand he's seen all night, and is going to kick up the pressure a notch or two and 3-bet with the ace-jack of clubs to 200. Jhonathan, with a real hand and in position to the 3-better, though, is going to make the call, and I imagine this is going to clear out most of the rest of the field.
that's terrible. We should not root for him. We should not root.
First person call, everybody's
We should not openly root for him. That's terrible.
ATM with 2 lovely suited connectors, but is just going to make the fold, and we are heads up with the 2 black suited aces in play going at it. And Jack, Jack 5, already a big favorite pre-flop, but post-flop, much more severe lead for Tisch Money now with the ace-jack of clubs. Goes for a very small bet size here, trying to induce a call from Jhonathan, and is going to get just that. Jhonathan will be certainly in trouble if the turn is an ace or spades. However, the 5 of clubs is no help. Tisch Money with a stone-cold lock on the hand, and is going to check it back. Great check back from Tisch Money here. Is hoping that his opponent can connect in some kind of way on the river.
Ace highs do love a double paired board, so could go for some additional value here.
And I wonder what sizing Tisch is going to use. There's not really many hands that Jhonathan can make the call with here. He's going to have some kind of other overpair if he wants to make this call. Tisch Money also beating hands like pocket nines on this river. A jack is the nuts other than quads in this hand. Tisch does go with a very polar sizing, trying to target the top of Jhonathan's range that just doesn't believe him. I think Jhonathan is going to chuckle and probably make this fold. It is a bit of an interesting spot because you can sometimes get married to these ace highs on this board. Ace high rated to be good a decent percentage of the time, but not this time.
It just doesn't help when it's a double paired board with big and small. If it was Jack-Jack, 10-10, for instance, or like queens and jacks, stuff like that, it's a little bit easier to find a call, but there's plenty of middling pocket pairs that still beat that ace-high double paired board. And then even when it is something like queen-queen, jack-jack, there's a little bit higher of a frequency that you may be up against a random king-queen or something that's boated up on the top or bottom side of that.
Yeah, and Tisch Money's jam, of course, very polar, trying to make his hand appear like some sort of bluff, but the problem in his spot is that there's really not very many valuable bluff catchers that Jhonathan can be holding there, unless he just happens to have a pocket pair that is worse pre-flop and is trying to make the call post.
At 670, at 780, at 5-4, we all had a straight. Excuse me. 780, 1080, who's counting?
Who's left? 1-3. You 2 has a good hand.
Good job, Tisch.
In an hour.
Thanks. Played it like shit. I'm just kidding.
Squeeze, smash.
Squeeze, smash, dude.
Are you surprised when your flop come out?
I was like, I don't know what to do now, to be honest.
Quarter to go from 2%. $6 straddles on.
We shame the white chips out of them.
Suited ace-9 finds a call. The blinds get out of the way. Ethan in the straddle. Ace-king goes 150, it looks like.
%, not looking to gamble with the Jack-10 this time. Bit of a frustrating last few hands, last orbit for Patrick. Might feel like he's getting pushed around by the table a bit here, so is going to elect to defend this ace-9 suited, especially in position over a straddle squeeze. Little does he know that he is in real rough shape, and even worse on this flop. Patrick now needing to catch one of the remaining 9s that is not a spade in order to stand a chance in this hand.
Good continuation from Ethan here.
These small c-bets really do put in a lot of work in these games, giving your opponents an enticing price to call, but Patrick knowing he's just certainly too far behind to make that call.
Ooh, what a beautiful flop.
Missed.
Very nice flop. Decent. It's okay.
It will be funny. You throw in the net button and he forgot to throw it in. That was the best.
He's like, oh wait,
Yeah.
wrong way.
Is it 6?
Wrong hand.
They said I had to.
All right, guys.
Heads up.
Let's play a big one.
Heads up for the Nick game indeed. B2 and Patrick now. Only 2 players remaining with the knit button.
It's going to be a 4-way on it.
2, 4, 6. We can 3.
This is the plan.
The plan is just to flop it and then just 4-way on it.
Flop sets get paid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jacks for ATM. It's been dealt multiple pocket pairs tonight already. Man, Jhonathan, suited ace-queen from the straddle. HV's called in between. 9s.
ATM's open was essentially under the gun +1 with Patrick just limping in what is the under the gun spot over 2 straddles. So I think Jhonathan's going to feel inclined to squeeze with his hand here. Not really wanting to call and have all of these hands priced in, including whatever Patrick may have limped with. So just a matter of sizing. From a practical perspective, you usually want to go at a minimum of 3 times the raise, but because of the multi-way action, I think Jhonathan is going to choose to go just a tad larger than that. Goes 325, which I like. I think that's a pretty good sizing. He has unfortunately run into the top of ATM's range. ATM will certainly not fold and might even elect to rip it all in, thinking the HV is dead money in between the 2 of them. And in this case, he would be correct. ATM is going to choose to just make the call, and because of this, HV is priced in, so show us a 9 for some true violence on this board. 3 ways with 3 very real hands headed to a flop. Ace high board, though. Jhonathan is going to take a commanding lead, and being the aggressor, no reason not to c-bet.
375 into essentially 1,000 here.
Great sizing here from Jhonathan. He's played this hand extremely well so far, and look at that snug laydown from ATM. Aware that Jhonathan doesn't have much behind, so really no point in making this call with HV in between as well, who could also be flatting with just some kind of ace type of hands. Now HV is going to make the call, wanting to see a turn, not afraid of just the stray ace, but in rough shape. And the turn is going to be no help. Rest of the chips shipped into the middle. HV deep into the tank with this one. Really doesn't want to let this hand go. But I think if he pits the rest of this story together, I think he should find this fold. It's frustrating having to fold hands like second pair in these spots, especially when getting another really nice price. In the majority of situations, he is going to be drawing to just 2 outs on the river. And knowing that equity distribution, that should be more than enough to make this fold.
No, it is not.
Can be frustrating, especially having been a massive favorite in a massive pot less than an hour ago. But sometimes in poker, you have to exercise the discipline.
What the hell do I
At least we're honest about it.
I mean, what the
Jonathan's pre-flop squeeze range really shouldn't have all that much junk in it. And the funny part is, even if Jhonathan had junk pre-flop, with the board having a 3, a 7, and a 5 on it, even some of his junk has a pretty decent amount of equity on this board. So very few situations where HV is good unless Jhonathan is just blasting it with a king, a queen, or jack high type of hand.
Shit. Damn, I feel like, I don't know.
Fun table. One chip accidentally slides out.
What an angle.
No, man, that was a skilled one right there.
I don't even know why I'm feeling sticky with this hand. I don't know. Middle pair, I guess.
You're beating 8s.
The list ends there.
I'm snap calling. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Ace 10. Yeah. Is that good? Probably ahead right now, right? Yeah. Is that good? Tell me if that's not good, then I'll fold. That's no good, right? Just give it to you.
Too much out there. He says, I'm going to just give it to you. Finds the call and looking for a 2-outer.
Jhonathan squirming in his seat, really hoping the luck doesn't turn against him. And it does not. Best hand holds the whole way. Jonathan's ace queen of diamonds shipping the pot.
10:45.
I think we saw that squirm because he's also just been running into it tonight.
Yeah, he's just not running well. Sometimes it can be hard, even when you know you're a favorite. You're just saying, please hold one time. And he does. Jhonathan now only stuck 200. Gotta feel great after that rough start for him. Unfortunately for HV, he has swapped places on the leaderboard with Wes and Jhonathan. He's now sitting at the bottom, stuck almost 2,500. But it is still very early on in the stream, so much more action to come.
What did you say? What is it?
Ethan's art project.
Oh, double. Oh.
No, dude. Art was last semester.
A hand turkey, you know?
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
No, today they reenacted the first Thanksgiving, and Ethan was a pilgrim. 5 races to 30, 6 folds. But
Dude, hand turkeys were in lower school. I'm middle school now. Give me a break.
yeah.
He's like, we wrote a poem. I am thankful for...
Mom and Dad.
What are you thankful for, Wes?
HB. I'm thankful for HB. Thank you. You can take this one.
We're all thankful for HP. He's a gem.
If I start shaking.
Thank you so much.
No.
Thank you. I'm actually finished with that. Thank you. I'll start.
Nice block, Jonathan. Oh. Give me a 7. Yeah, I would have took a 7, 10, 9. 1 bet 35.
Kicking back into the action here, looks like Tisch Money in the cutoff, holding the good old suited dirty diaper, has actually turned 2 pair. and is going to improve to the best of it. Now just trying to figure out how much to raise. Board's pretty wet and dynamic, so wanting to stuff the chips in the middle more quickly. Jhonathan with the most equity here. Patrick drawing stone dead with just his nit button. King high, a dream, and a nit button are about to go up in flames, unfortunately.
How much, Tisch? 2 pots.
Tisch went big earlier. The overbet jam. He had flop trips, turned the boat. So would have liked maybe something a little smaller
Really bad.
to hang themselves, but it is super connected. Flush draw board.
And I think this is actually a pretty similar situation to when Wes actually led jammed against Patrick. Tisch also kind of with that same read, perceiving Patrick, even though he has a nit button, to potentially have a stronger range than his actual hand consisted of. So going big to target the top of Patrick's range, including his strong draws and strong pairs. But 2 airball bluffs in a row and 2 folds from Patrick. Tisch Money taking down a nice pot and has bounced back nicely from his initial having to pay out the nit tax, and is up a decent amount at the moment. Tisch berated himself for his play of that hand earlier, but I think if he just chose a bit of a smaller sizing, he may have gotten action from his customer, but that's neither here nor there. I think Tisch is certainly settling into the groove, and I'm still going to stick to my guns. I think Tisch is going to have the biggest win on this stream. We're just going to have to see how he does it.
Yeah, he's definitely not afraid to go for the max. He loves those polar sizings. I do like his consistency with it. He will run bluffs. He is balanced in that sense.
And those sizings are what win you those massive $2,000-$3,000 pots in a 1-3 game. If you're not willing to swing for the fences, you're never going to hit a home run. So looking to see that pay off for Tisch Money. Looks like 2% is going to kick it up with the suited king. Jhonathan calling with his superior directly to his left, and we are going to see a multi-way flop with Patrick hoping to get rid of that nip button, and a great flop to do it. He flopped a 9 high board. Great news for Patrick. Is going to lead out into the field with his 9, which is currently the best hand, and I like it. It's a good play, even with his nip button. Both of his opponents sitting with king high and a backdoor flush draw, so I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them float, but they do not care. Nit game over. Nice hand to Patrick, and B2 is going to be the unfortunate payer of the nit tax for the second round.
I appreciate it. You sit out his.
That's that one. Can we get the Monday night game? Thank you.
So it's the next hand after the game.
That's a part of the game.
Yeah, it's part of the game.
Absolutely.
He might complain, but I think.
No, he's
Since we're
absolutely.
leaving it on every time,
He's absolutely good
he
for
knows.
it.
Yeah, he knows what's happening.
The game has already started. It's not like we're starting.
No, yeah,
It's in the bathroom.
He talks so much about me being in it anyway.
We're also
he can lose one.
We're also keeping it on the whole time, right? So.
Let's play this really fast, though.
I don't think we start another one until he's
Quick, full.
Hurry. Feel faster.
You better. You better run.
He's got the run.
You too. You better.
Yeah,
that chili dog.
that chili. Run it twice.
That's like a glasses container.
Running it twice.
Backdoor, runner, backdoor flush.
You stole it. I was gonna do that.
I told you I was gonna disappear and take a poop. I need a whole bowl of chili. I normally get the cup. He got the bowl.
Damn.
You have to first get on next. I had to throw my cards in and then reach over. You'd already thrown your
I
cards.
should have done a PLO, like a PLO.
Yeah. Put them all together.
ATM makes it 80 to go.
Trying to get in there. Let's try to get in there.
King 10 out of the straddle.
Bigger size with the big ante in the middle, and it looks like Patrick may also defend with his ace of hearts in hand, but does not choose to do it.
Can do, man.
And 2 Broadway hands going to battle.
$6 to me on the button. Shit. Just in case.
Pot size is slightly incorrect on these graphics here,
That chili must
as there is a nit tax sitting in the middle currently.
Thought you were pooping the chili.
Bet and take it from ATM.
That chili must be bad.
It's always been extended after, so that's why we did.
That chili must,
Hey, B2, thank you. I appreciate it.
that chili must be really bad.
No, it's good. Just, you know,
Yeah, no, really good, but
It's really good.
doesn't react well to
They
it.
changed, you took the wrong TV off.
What time's the Broncos round?
That's what's on right now.
Whose uniforms are in
Who won the first, or who lost? Oh, who won it was B2.
The Broncos wear those uniforms.
B2.
No, those are the Broncos. That's the Broncos.
Oh, okay.
He won it with
I've
flush.
never seen those things either.
Nine high flush.
I didn't, dude, I saw it and I don't know. I didn't recognize the
Me
uniform.
neither, man. I don't recognize it either.
Oh, just put the buttons up.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's always on.
on at all times.
Forget it's still on.
It is on.
Even if we forget it's on.
Yeah.
B2 aware that he had to pay the NIT tax while he's away from the table. And that is something that does happen from time to time. Sometimes a player is taking a small break or in the restroom or what have you during the NIT game, and that is a part of the agreement. If you're away from the table and you are the last player standing, you will have to pay the NIT tax. So B2, of course, okay with that.
Hello. I need confirmation.
Talking to your grandmother.
Oh. Oh.
Grandma, watch his hand.
Hey.
B2 currently with the best of it pre-flop equity-wise with his suited queen,
The needles today, I love it.
but a pretty dry jack-high board is going to give Patrick the lead with a pair of fives. Multiple players still with live overs, though, and it looks like Jhonathan is going to be the one to take the stab here with his wheel gut shot straight draw.
I need them.
Leads out for 75.
Was that the spread?
Yeah, it was 6.5, or it started out at 6 and then it went up to 7. So I bought it down to 6.5.
I feel like the Broncos should be 75 this year.
Patrick
Gets it
B2.
done.
Yeah, Patrick B2, 2%. All let it go, and Jhonathan starts off right in the NIT game. Is going to take that hand down, is importantly safe from the NIT tax, and that's going to feel good for Jhonathan, especially with the kind of, I'll call them,
Kind of hard to go get.
let's see, what's the right word I'm looking for? Turbulent first few orbits for him. Definitely got involved in lots of huge pots, so
Tough lineup.
maybe doesn't necessarily have that monkey on his back now. He can kind of sit back and potentially watch some of the fireworks as the rest of this NIT game goes down.
Yeah, momentum is a big thing, especially for your mental. So that mental clarity, really important, and things starting to go in the right direction.
Me personally, winning a $2,600 pot is pretty good for my mental as well. So
Yeah.
I bet Jonathan's feeling good, and his hand has come back. The ace queen suited this time in the hands of B2, raised up. 2% making the call with the ace 10. Patrick looking to gamble and get in there with the offsuit Brunson. Wes, of course, with a ace in his hand, will not be folding either. And the Brunson takes the lead. Bottom pair for Patrick is good in this instance.
7-4 gets there, but so does 10 deuce.
Don't know if Patrick played 10 deuce offsuit pre-flop to fold when he connected with a deuce. Looks like 2% is going to lead to take, or elect to take the lead line rather on this flop. So it's going to donk into the field, get some calls. B2, of course, with the most equity remaining in this hand, and improves pretty significantly, but this is going to be an action turn card. Spades now on the board for B2 with the nut flush draw, but Patrick improves to top and bottom, and unfortunately for 2%, he thought he got there with top after bluffing the flop with just ace high, but little does he know he's in a world of hurt. Patrick with top and bottom and B2 with the nut flush draw. We could see a big all-in pot from, I think, the 3 shortest stacks we have remaining at the table at this moment.
Yeah, raises to just over pot. Two overs plus the nut flush draw. Thinking you've got so much equity here.
Thank you for asking.
It's a little better this
But discipline showed. Not a made hand in the one chip call from top.
Run it.
2% has 20% right now.
2 pair versus.
Plenty of counterfeit outs here.
Those are really all the outs he has left because those aces were all folded from the other players in the hand. Wes and B2 also folding aces. So Patrick's devious intentions pre-flop net him the maximum post-flop, and he is going to stack 2%.
I need one more here, too.
I knew that deuce was good.
Results oriented. We see it was a good fold by B2 there. Now, a reminder, we do have morning high hands going on every half hour from 9 a.m. to noon every single day of the week. Only have to play one whole card, Hold'em, and $20 on the pot. Easy qualifiers, great action, and the best money to win is house money. Another easy and fun way to do that is the hot seat drawings. 4 featured games a week. 2 games on Sunday, plus the Monday night and Thursday night game. For every field goal, touchdown, and safety, doesn't matter which team, anytime they score, the room wins. It's a hot seat drawing. Just have to be clocked in, playing some cash, and you could be the lucky winner of $2,500 or $200.
You got me, thank you.
Plus, I mean, you're watching the game, playing poker. There's big screens, plenty of big screens all around the room.
Pretty nice promo there.
Yeah, always request to change the channel. If any of the TVs,
For the over, man. That's pretty
watch what you want to
How many
watch.
games?
43 and a half.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's really.
No, but it's good. I like
Knowing poker players,
pretty good.
half the room has some interest in the game. So
Yeah.
it's good to talk shop, talk about your favorite players or your least favorite players
How they're not.
while watching the game.
They're not trying to rip up.
I mean, they were never
Trading. I'm like, why would you trade anybody? Are they young?
Yeah.
And then, like, I don't know if we talked about this, but I always say, it's sports. It's a business.
Yeah.
They're gonna sell plenty of tickets. You are? They don't have to get someone to come in to sell tickets.
True.
Yeah. It's all about selling jerseys and tickets and stuff still. If you can do that with a bunch of young guys, why would you?
It's way more margin, right, on all those products, right?
It's not always about.
Yeah.
Eventually, but
Close.
as long as your team, as long as your fan base thinks you have a shot,
Mm-hmm.
you're making money.
Yep.
Yeah, but when they win championships, they,
Hand number 30 of the night.
prize.
And it's going to be 2%.
Like with the Astros tickets, after they won the first World Series,
First in for 50.
an extra 40%.
King, queen off.
Nobody got rid of their season tickets just because not a lot of people.
They couldn't, yeah, they could hardly fill the stadium up regularly. I mean, outside of the good years.
ATM making the call with a suited king. Dominated pre-flop. We'll see if that's the case post. And not a good flop for ATM. Is going to connect with his king, but unfortunately his kicker is buried. 2% with the C-bet of 100 and ATM with the snap. Backdoor flush draw to go along with his top pair. Hand's not quite over yet, and speak of the devil, beautiful 5 of spades on the turn for ATM is going to improve to that flush draw. 2% quickly rifling out $300 here, about ATM with really no reason to fold given this price and given his draw. And the draw gets there. 3 of spades on the river. 2% with 0% now is going to check with the backdoor flush getting there. And ATM likely to go for it all here.
600. Flush.
Do you really? God, dang, dude. Oh, nice hand.
Thank you.
Nice hand. I think that's all, right?
Quick call from 2%. King Queen just too strong to fold. Felt it back to back.
Really
Nasty run out.
Okay on the flop. Man, you got some stuff.
Well, nasty run out if you're 2%. If you're ATM or an ATM fan, what a beautiful run out.
Uh-oh.
Just need a brick and I get all this.
Yep.
Golly.
Yes, you do.
2% taking it pretty well there. Reloading for another 1,000. He's no stranger to the game, and again, he's played with ATM and a couple of these other players quite a bit from my understanding. Loves the action on that hand, just hates when the action gets there on you.
I'm gonna need some of that back.
Here, actually, give me.
Some change being made here.
100 bit.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I need those.
You're gonna use them.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, man. It's brutal. Dang.
That's pretty
Brutal
sick.
game.
Yeah.
What a sick needle. Looks down at a suited king 6 after getting felted by a suited king 6. Don't you love when that happens? Poker gods just having fun with you. And now king queen over in ATM's hand.
Poker gods have a pretty sick sense of humor. Actually saw that while Patrick was away from the table, his ace queen got folded. That would have probably been a 3-bet of some kind. So
75 dark.
and 2%, not scared of the action, is going to fire out. Ace queen would have been way good here.
Yeah, and 2 players connecting with that middle pair. ATM obviously the better of it.
I thought you were going to pass through all of them.
The 75 dark, though, gets rid of Jhonathan.
No hearts or what? What do you got?
ATM, of course, not going to fold. Makes the call on this flop.
Deuce is dangerous.
And turn, deuce of clubs. Think checking in the light makes the most sense for 2% here.
Oh.
Only one way for 2% to win this pot now.
There it is.
Cutting out the chips.
I'll give you action.
And Rich getting richer.
Yeah, like I want action. I don't want no action. Jeez. Hey, I'll just switch.
2% summarizing what I've felt so many times before. You make a lead like that, and then somebody says, "Oh yeah, I'll give you action." It's like, no, I don't want the action right now. Just fold, man.
Brutal karma. ATM can win with the king 6 and the king queen, it seems. Ugh. Tough for 2% there, but ATM gonna stack in another nice pot. His stack climbing up now with the 2 big match the stack players, Wes and HV. We could definitely see some very deep 5K plus pots if those players on that side of the table do choose to get aggressive with each other.
All it takes is one hand.
That is true. One big double. We've seen it happen. Ethan got like $100 for like 3K.
I didn't see.
Something like that.
Something equivalent.
You got some fancy action?
It was pretty crazy.
Hi-ya.
Not 30x.
That was pretty easy. I didn't think they'd be able to score that easy. Yep.
The bad thing is I put him on a queen. I said, here, I'm going to make it look like I have an ace. And he's like, here, you can have the money. Like, I don't fucking know what to do anymore. Fucking, I don't want your charity, motherfucker. just told you, doggy. I need some fucking beer. Jesus.
King 6 again. See how Ethan handles this one. He goes for the aggression. He's been relatively quiet, but his moves have made it work. And he chose to get rid of the nip button.
Hand of the hour right now. King 6.
Only one didn't work.
3 hands in a row. It wins, it loses, and then it wins.
He did it.
Raising moves for deuce offsuit. That's fucked
Exactly
up.
what I'm putting on West, believe it or not.
Who do you think he is? An ATM?
It's messed up, man.
Yeah, dude, that's fucked.
It's Eddie too.
They were my favorite two suits.
Let me guess, spade and heart.
Oh. What are your favorite two
He's a
suits?
diamond. He's a diamond club
You're a
type of
diamond
guy.
guy?
I don't want you to know.
Is that the randomized suits?
Maybe.
Yeah.
As soon as Ethan didn't snap fold, I knew we were in trouble.
Yeah.
Folding around. Sorry, there is a raise up front from the 9s of Jhonathan.
Very rare not straddled hand, I think. Was not put on by the short stack.
You got Duke over there?
We do see a lot of high-ish, connected-ish hands. Fun flop, king, queen high, open-end straight draw for 2%. Wow. Wes with top pair flush draw, B2 with a superior top pair.
You got the chili or what? You got the chili? No. Okay.
B2's not a folder, though. Definitely going to be making this call.
225.
2%, though, with the open-ender. Picks a bad time to make a move. No chance Wes is folding.
Could be a good time if he can straighten out here, but we saw 2 9s hit the muck already. So gonna need maybe the top end of that, straighten out to Broadway, and obviously Wes trying to get all the chips in before some scary cards roll off. Top pair, second nut flush draw. You gotta be loving life.
Yeah, and great call here from B2. I love it. I was about to say, I don't think B2's folding here.
No.
Top pair, good kicker. Knows Wes has been known to fire away with his strong draws. So B2 saying, let's dance. The problem is, because of the card distribution from B2 and 2%, Wes actually has the best of it equity rise right now. So we'll have to see if that equity becomes reality. 2% still plenty live. If we see an offsuit ace or 9 come on the turn, then he's still just as much in this fight as the rest of them. Good luck to all the players involved.
Okay.
There will never be a question of whether we go once or twice if Wes is involved in the pot, thankfully. He's very consistent with that principle. One time and one time only for all the blood and all the glory.
All right, I'm winning this.
Just rip it off, simplify things.
Good luck, 2%.
It's probably a little higher than 2%, but not much.
All right.
18 extra percent. And that's with 2 cards to come. Presence of that flush draw definitely hurting 2%'s outs.
Best news for B2 is that he does hold that Jack of Spades in his hand, making it just a little bit less likely that the flush will come on the turn. So that's good news for him. It technically also means that the runner outs for 2% that are not a straight are also less likely. And bink, end it right there. Carnage for Wes, gonna stack both players with the flush instantly. Drawing dead are they both. Nice hand to Wes.
Wow.
Just a $2,400 pot. Wes. With the needle back to HV.
Are you serious? No way.
Hey man, thank God it wasn't a hand right
Yeah,
now.
it wasn't
So we do have the hot seat drawings going on right now, and it sounds like B2 was delivered a hot seat drawing right after felting. And a look at the numbers, 2% now down at 3,000. B2 losing the initial buy-in of 1,000. HV in between for 2.4. Jhonathan barely in the red there. Everybody else in the green.
Yeah, 7.5.
So yeah, you see the black chip of B2 there.
How do you just call two spades on game?
A touchdown was made
That's fucking sick.
and paid out. That's what happened there.
You play poker too much, bro.
You can't buy in for 100.
I was gonna say,
not buying in, it's already in the game.
It's on the table.
Huh?
No, because if you would have topped off at your stack right there, that would have had to go to him.
He just knows.
That's totally different. Just getting greedy, wants it all.
You can't be short stack in this game.
It is an advantage in the nickname.
It is.
Dude, it would totally fuck up the game because everyone's like 50-50 and you just play.
Can I go south?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say 1100.
What a punt. Él dijo. Two of spades.
I know.
Pink.
Monster.
We should call
He's the monster.
Bink Shaw. Because he binks all those flushes. Yeah, Wes. Yeah.
When we got married, we were doing it in Mexico, so we had like a, what do you call it, like a travel agent lady that, and we sit down and it says Wes Butt Shaw. And my wife was like, dude, if his name was Butt Shaw, I would not be married.
We wouldn't be here right now.
Be here.
We would have never made it this far.
I would have taken her name.
Wes Butt Shaw.
Last name was Van Dusen.
It's way stronger than
Way
Bush.
stronger than Butt Shaw. Wes Van Dusen.
2%. With the tilt image having a bad run of things recently, felted 3 times, nearly all in a row.
Clearly be a piece of clothes.
3 bets to 100. Offsuit big slick.
Shawl that you wear.
Getting called in 2 spots. 8's in the lead, but not anymore. Top for 2%. Continues for a third pot.
Only bad news for 2% is there is a hand that can significantly draw out on him in this board. We've got backdoor clubs and a gut shot straight draw. Jhonathan not going to be making the fold for the $100 price set. We will see a turn. And the Jack of Hearts is clean one for him. Looks like 2% is going to continue for 300 here. May just get the fold right here out of Jhonathan. Jhonathan does have a gut shot straight to the nuts and knows that 2% might be a bit tilted, but certainly not going to gamble if he doesn't improve on the turn.
Nice.
2% getting a chunk of his cash back.
Doesn't have to if you just bump it up.
And not having to pay the net tax.
Only 3 players left. B2, Tisch Money once again. And HV also rare contender for the unfortunate glory of having to pay out the net tax. HV being relatively quiet after those couple of large hands that he's played. I think trying to refocus, make sure he's locked in for these large pots that he's certainly ready to battle in with almost 4,000 in his stack.
You're waiting for that cooler.
You want that 6K
Get
pot?
money for it.
You have the service over here?
Only add 1,000. It's okay.
You dirty dog.
1, 2, 3. He's got 1, 2.
So $12 straddle is on. Wes away from the table and HV going to 30. The suited queen.
Yeah, he scans so he gets the press later. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then I'll just pay 1,000.
Where did you go with that game? Where did you go with that game?
Jack 10. Yeah, Jack 10. Open it.
Suited Queen 8 for 2 players. 8-3, 6-3 also in there from the straddles. And would you look at that?
50%.
Both players
60.
flop a straight. HV with the free roll though. 4/5 of a straight flush.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still on the tab open, but if not, it's
Can I get a food menu? Thank you. Actually, no, I see it right here.
What?
Get it.
Yeah, that's all. An 8 and 9. It's already eaten out. An 8 and 9 and 8 is
HV not slowing down. Not worried about being outflopped by King Queen.
Thank you.
Would have improved to Broadway. And a check raise from Jhonathan.
I know, and they marched down pretty damn easy.
Both players so deep here. After the check raise, just about 1,000 in the middle. Jhonathan being the effective stack, more than 2.3 back. I like the just call. Spades do not come in. Both players flopping the second nuts. Neither player improves. If they're behind on the flop or head on the flop, nothing changes. Is Jhonathan gonna get him off of a chop pot here? Not gonna get him off of it. HV over the top now.
Oh my god, fucking coolers today.
All in to call, but doesn't sound like he's folding.
I can fold my hand. Nice hand, HB.
And after all of that,
Oh, you free roll?
we're chopping it up. Both players winning $30 each.
Free roll. Oh my.
Easy for us to look on. Easy for me to laugh and
Ooh, I think you are queen.
have fun with it, but what a sick spot for both players. Both players choosing aggression, trying to get folds or at different points of the hand, trying to get value. And there it is, another look at who's up and who's down. Wes leading the way up 2.5. Multiple players stuck for about that same amount, including HV. And you saw and heard Jhonathan just saying cooler after cooler tonight. He had a rough start of things, but closer to even now.
Not loving it.
Tell her. Go ahead an extra fun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's probably not going to dissolve. It's gold.
Appreciate everybody tuning in for this deep stacked 1-3.
Really good.
Plenty of action here tonight. We're coming up on closing out our second hour of the 5-hour stream. Come on back tomorrow, especially if you like the PLO action. Just finished the Texas PLO Roundup Poker Go Tour here at Champions. Series of tournaments and some high stakes cash. Now we're back to our normal streaming schedule. It's Monday through Thursday. Monday being Hold'em, what we're watching now. Tomorrow, PLO with the Stallions. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to have some high stakes Hold'em. HV now. Suited ace queen, 3 bets to 90. Wes folded. Heads up we go. Hearts are dominated. Find 1 heart on board. Range and position in favor of HV. Continues on the king high flop and gets the job done.
Well,
Every time
it
HV
weren't
opens his hand, we're just
up
like,
to-
wow.
Well.
Wow.
This is a perfect heads up right here. So glad Heart's gonna come out.
Well.
Yeah. Hearts come out, HV, you get it all.
I'm only shocked he didn't have king, queen of spades. Just the way he's been smashing flops. Sorry, I didn't mean like that.
Sometimes you just smash them, dude.
No, just smash him.
Just smash those flops. Would you rather smash the flop or smash the river?
Rivers all the time, baby. Let's go.
That's not, you can always get there though.
I like, I really like to just hit a big pivot on the turn. You know, I mean.
Nice pivot.
Just the unfoldable hand. I can't play this hand wrong.
And then there's
Like, I can
5
bet big, I
people
can
in
bet
there, I've
small, I
got
can follow
bottom
it off.
pair. I've got a, you know, I've got a live trip straw here.
Yeah.
Look at this hand here. Wes flops the straight. Top and bottom for 2%. He's had a bad run of things recently, and the run bad continues.
Trainwreck incoming. 2% also holding the king of diamonds, which is a very important key card to have here. Blocking some of those flush draws that Wes could be bluffing with, and also with the backdoor diamonds himself. 2%, of course, with the 3-bet and
then a 4-bet jam.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Chips are in the middle already.
I did.
Yeah.
I threw a chip in.
Yeah, he's not folding 2-pair here, but gonna need the board to pair in a certain way. Running diamonds also an opportunity.
Come on, baby. Come on, you can do it. Come on.
Board pairs in the wrong way. The flop straight improves on the turn and takes it down river.
Man, I think that's about all I can handle.
All right, brother. Hey.
A rough run of things for 2%, and he will be heading out, understandably so. Sometimes it's better just to call it. But hopefully he will be making a return in the future. It was awesome seeing him
Shit, I'll take it with me.
join us here for the first time at Champions. Unfortunately, just not going his way tonight.
Wes, unfortunately, for 2%, felts him for a second time, and it will be the last for the night. I've, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I've had the pleasure of playing with 2% multiple times. Great guy, super fun to play with. Always a pleasure to have at the tables. Not afraid to give action and gets action in return, so no doubt he will be back on stream sometime, hopefully soon.
I was like, okay,
Sometimes the cards are just not going in your favor. Even with that very connected flop, he knows how aggressive Wes is with his draws, so never going to be folding 2-pair in that situation. And just an unfortunate cooler.
Chop. Yeah, okay, so it was 2 pair. Yeah.
Yeah, king or 9.
I just immediately assumed diamonds.
I mean, I did too.
I thought it was gonna come.
You hate to see it, dude. You hate to see it.
It's extra king X diamonds. So let's see what you
I thought I was like, like this lucky.
Ooh, really?
Who is?
Well, we're heads up in the knit game, so maybe we should wait.
Who else? Who's coming in?
Brutal. There he is. No. Just a player.
Call.
Glasses had to go off heads up in the knit game. It's getting serious.
No. Good luck. Oh my god. Good luck. Change the last one.
So you know he ain't
You
fucking
said you
around.
can't tell you who the player is?
He ain't fucking around.
Doesn't want to give you a chance to like cash out real quick.
Shades are out.
Just change the last one.
We're in trouble, guys. Check.
Plenty of hands involved here, but Wes and B2 are the only to connect and the only two to continue as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Two pair versus middle pair best kicker.
Fucking perfect. And the small blind?
Mine was
Let's go.
unclear, but your position.
Board pairs itself on the top end.
I mean, the 10 deuce hand was pretty ugly.
B2 with the betting lead and not slowing down.
Oh, beautiful.
Was it two pairs? Yeah.
Wow.
And Wes
What the fuck?
Wow.
folds.
Changed his luck.
What the fuck?
Hey, put the shades on, watch out.
Did shades work?
Changed his luck.
He was intimidated.
Was that the end of the
You
oh.
intimidated.
Going for a little bit of a player profile adjustment there. And not liking the potentially counterfeit turn card. So look at the PFR here. Very active and aggressive table. Most players raising when entering pots. And a look at what matters most. Who's up, who's down, who's sideways. 2%, leaving early down 4,000 after some coolers and more coolers.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right.
What car do
My
you
bad,
drive,
guys.
BMW or something?
These 8 continue.
Okay, see?
You do drive a BMW. It is a BMW.
Oh, see?
Jarhead's in chat asking the hourly rate for playing here at Champions.
Yeah,
The best hourly. For most stakes, it's just $12 an hour.
got a BMW, a Volkswagen, and a Camry.
$10 lifetime membership.
That's a lot of vehicles for one guy.
Gets you in the door, gets you on the tables. And then it's plenty of amazing action. Plus, we do have a hotel on site. I don't think I've mentioned that one time yet this stream. Hotel on site, the only room in Texas that has that.
Lay it up.
You can stay, play, win big,
One of these guys will.
hopefully not lose big here.
There's the 8.
Merry Christmas.
Just down the hallway from this stream room is an elevator that can take you up to your room.
Work.
$6 bump.
Play for 4 hours in a day.
Open with 15.
Get the room for essentially half off. Play for 8 hours in a day. Your room is free.
And we basically have a bomb pot this time. Pretty much everybody is in there, and look at that. We got some sick hands in here. We got top 2 pair for ATM, set of ducks again for Patrick. Ethan with the backdoor flush, backdoor straight combination.
And most importantly, when 7-4 gets there, yeah, I mean, he did lead out for the flop. Top pair, Dan Fouts kicker. And what a wheelie good turn card. Nobody straightens out, but this will kill the action.
Heart.
As if a heart matters. Deuces full yet again for Patrick.
Patrick not going to be losing the pot this time with his pair of ducks. Likely to bet and take it, or raise and take it in this case. Ethan overbets the pot multi-way, but those chips are blasted out into the void and are not coming back.
Quack, quack, got it back. Sorry, and I was really salty about those ducks earlier. Right on the splash pod, $6 pod. Wow.
I had 3, 4.
Yeah, it was ATM that was supposed to lose all the money there.
Thank you, sir.
Nice, man.
I was about to bet 300 and put it out there, and I was like, all right, well.
Oh, what?
Oh,
really? Is that what you got right now?
Yeah, the hotel on site is pretty sweet,
Yep.
especially when we run these big tournament series every other month or so. A lot of players from out of town, out of country come in.
Yeah, it's just if there's no.
The hotel gets booked up well in advance of those big tournament series.
Okay.
Also run promo deals, promo rates for the poker players during those tournament series.
Thank you.
Make sure to follow us on social media or hit that like and subscribe button. Stay up to date on all things Champions Poker.
Got paid on.
Again, we do stream 4 days out of the week.
I was waiting for one of y'all.
And then anytime we do have a big series going on, we make sure to stream our final tables or some of the feature tables for the larger events.
I feel you. Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens.
We have a mandatory trail, don't we?
Yes.
Each series we have been running $1 million main events, plenty of side events with buy-ins ranging from 300 on up,
Booked, and then you reminded yourself we have a
guarantees ranging from about 5K up to that $1 million main. Plenty of 50Ks, 100 and 200Ks as well.
See it. Let's see it.
Come on,
Bring
pump
it
it
up.
up.
Bring it.
Oh.
I was trying to re-squeeze. I was trying to squeeze it.
Super multi-way again here.
Quack, 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 quack.
Got the flock.
And it's B2
Ducks fly together. No, we're giving it a new.
with top and bottom.
Yeah, we're supposed to, but new players.
Yeah, you got a good hand this time. Oh.
Wes the gut shot wheel draw.
6 lock. I can lost them.
I'm a little sus.
I never win splash pots, so.
That.
Tisch folding top pair bad kicker.
I mean, you know, scary turn card. Yeah. Other than that,
Front door clubs coming in. Wes with the only club.
oh, I'm saying the ace on the turn. Stop.
Oh yeah.
Goes check, check, and
Stop us all.
Yeah.
goes check, check again.
What the hell?
Nothing too crazy on that one.
What the hell?
Shockingly. One of the smaller pots of the night.
Starting to nickname that they don't have that on yet.
Players quickly putting the net game back on. Believe the only reason it was off was because it just ended and
Win a hand and then
perfect.
one or two of the players were away from the table.
Or just wait afterward. That's fine. Okay.
If we're gonna play it, I'd rather just be on
No,
all night.
it's perfect. Thank you.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, for now.
What we all agreed on.
The thing is, if a new player comes,
so much
they
last
enjoy
week.
the dynamic with no downside, no potential downside, right? They enjoy the nickname.
No, they have to get in the game or not. They have to wait.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, okay. No matter what.
That's why they were waiting, because they assumed that maybe if they showed up, they wouldn't want to buy in.
Yeah, someone showed up in like a couple hands. I mean, even though it's not that big a deal, it does kind of fuck us up.
Yeah, but if there's only 2 or 3 buttons out, you're like, you know, this is
No, no, of course, I understand that.
This will be a quick one.
Oh, nice. Do
2 hours later. Next stream later. Yeah, I went with the breakfast all day option.
Little tomatillo on the side.
Oh yeah.
Get them tomatillos singing, bruise them up a little bit. I'm so glad they have the breakfast all day option.
B2 with 7-4 again. Calls HV's the 3-bet. Gonna go heads up.
They make a great burrito. I don't know if you tried it.
Tried it yet, but it looks
Very good.
I'll have it on my list.
All baby cards. 7-4. The gut shot. The range advantage out of the big blind. 2 overs for HV.
It comes with chorizo, but
Does he continue? Nick game just thrown back on.
the chorizo.
And
I'm getting my fucking shades.
Mark B2 safe. 7-4 gets there.
Dan's hand gets better on the flop and takes down HV's 3-bet bluff pre-flop.
Way too greasy for me. I don't enjoy it.
Looks like ATM's enjoying a breakfast burrito back there. Also can't fail to mention that we do have a full restaurant and bar here.
7-4.
Great menu. Breakfast all day has got to be one of the best improvements they made to the menu.
It's on in a minute. Yeah. I don't think so either.
Sorry.
Dan Fouts isn't even announcing today.
He's not?
Nope.
I wasted it.
Yep.
No, they would have given you
Kyle
some
and Chris
love.
today.
They
Kyle
gave
and
some
Chris.
love in there, yeah.
Kyle and Chris.
Kyle and Chris and Booth.
Chris.
We still honor the 7-4.
Of course.
The famous Dan Fouts stream hand.
It's a tradition on stream. You can't disrespect aces like that.
Yeah. Tisch, tired of folding, has button equity and a suited queen 10. Goes to 100. Gets a couple customers. The dominating ace queen out of the straddle and the red 5s in the hole for Wes. And how about that?
That's about as gin as it can come without directly improving. Open-ended straight flush draw.
Plenty of outs. And only 50% equity.
Bloodiest turn in the deck most certainly would be the 5 of clubs. But Wes does wisely fold his 3rd pair on the board. Checkmark delivered to Tisch Money.
Flush, but not the straight flush. Not the royal flush. Jhonathan with the royal blocker.
I suppose I misspoke. It's not the check mark. I didn't realize Jhonathan actually has the ace of clubs in his hand. So no check mark, but not flush draw now for Jhonathan.
Yeah, the good news for Tisch here is Jhonathan does have that. Could get paid here. Doesn't want to get outdrawn though. And Tisch certainly never folding this if raised right now, which he is going to be.
Best river in the deck right now for Tisch would be an offsuit 10. I would certainly help him get paid to the maximum. Wishful thinking, of course. He currently is sitting with the 2nd nuts. Feeling pretty good about life, I'm sure.
He was the 3-better. He didn't feel a 4-bet pre. He's not really going to be worried about a suited ace-X. And board pairs itself. Also not really worried about that. Again, if he was up against kings or jacks that go runner, runner, boat here, he would have felt a click back pre-flop, especially up against Jhonathan out of position.
Really only losing to pocket 6s that improved to quads or pocket deuces that flopped a bottom set on the flop and chose to fast play turn.
So Tisch does go for it all here. Obviously both players less than pot behind.
Thinking maybe Jhonathan could have a worse flush here, potentially. Trying to get some value out of some potentially top 2 pair combinations. You could see Jhonathan calling pretty easily with king-jack offsuit and king-jack suited type of hands pre-flop as well. So Definitely some value to be had, especially given Tisch's relatively short stack to pot ratio going into this river. I am a fan of this jam here. Not going to get paid off this time by just ace high, I don't believe. Jhonathan wisely giving up on the river, knowing that a lot of Tisch's continuation range is made hands like flushes or hands that got better with the river, like kings and jacks full.
How much did you see for? 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, it's at least 3. I think
I'm down 600, so I think I got it.
Ace jack, ace of clubs.
Quack, quack. You had a royal draw?
Royal draw, I know.
Pretty sexy flop.
Yeah.
I'm left behind.
Man.
What?
You call if he's
Great pickup. Nice hand there by Tisch Money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to rep at you both there.
Shout out to Marlene out there. If you're watching your grandson take down that pot there,
You said you had just ace of clubs?
he's finally running better than HV, the luck box.
Because I thought, like,
I know we saw Abby Poker in the chat earlier rooting on Tisch. Tisch certainly off to a great start so far.
He was with a flush. No. Nice hand. Good work. Not worried about
I feel like anybody that's a regular viewer of this stream has got to be a
Straddle.
Tisch fan.
Come on if I do. Thought you never asked.
unlucky river.
I myself am a Tisch fan.
Mm.
He said he would have called if he jammed
He
up
said you had
third.
a flush.
Gotta agree with you there, Kyle. Big fan of Tisch's myself too. Always fun to see him play these streams and play these games. Obviously, he's a good player, so it's not fun whenever he puts you in these rough spots, but he's always willing to put on a show for both the people he's playing with and the people watching at home.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was about a 2-month run of bad things for Tisch on the felt. So good to see things going in the right direction.
I myself was there for the most recent rough session that we watched on stream, a referenced hand at the beginning, massive pot between B2, Tisch Money, and the Poker Lion, aces versus kings versus top set. Brutal cooler, especially for a 1-3 game.
Some creative hands here. Jack 6 and Queen 3 suited up against it on a 10-7-4 rainbow flop. Obviously, neither playing folding. There's a bet, there's a call. Now 3 of spades on the turn.
B2 improving, but doesn't really reckon his hand to be best right now. Fortunately for him, it is, but is going to continue to blast away. This doesn't, not really structured as a value bet, really hoping to get Patrick to fold his slightly worse one pair type of hands, like a 4 or a 7, or some kind of draw.
3 of hearts would have been fun, but the gut shot does hit the muck. Some good old-fashioned Houston street poker.
I had a few, but not that many.
Quack, quack again?
I don't think those had out.
6-9 would have been such a fun hand right there. Big lick. Ooh.
With space?
Mm.
Wes consistently with the $30 straddle. This is actually the first time I'm fully taking in his sweatshirt. That's a really cool sweatshirt. Or hoodie, I guess you could specifically call it.
Wes's sweatshirt game is on point.
Yeah.
Not to glaze or anything, but every time I see him showing up, he's always got some kind of cool graphic designed sweatshirt or hoodie or something of the like. So always cool to see what he brings to the table on the fashion side of things, aside from his poker play.
HV, 3-betting with an HV type of hand. It's a suited gapper. Same hand, obviously, different suit for Jhonathan. We saw them play a fun hand, same hand situation not too long ago. Both flopped second nut straight.
No outs.
Can we find a similar type of situation? Flop is out.
That guy's hilarious.
I love
Chips
Andrew Santino.
are hitting the flop.
I like the other guy.
Okay.
Yeah, this is amazing. Bet and a
The
call.
redhead guy. You've never seen
This time it's Jhonathan with the free roll
He's been in
running
movies and
clubs
stuff like that now.
to win.
He's got a podcast.
Deja vu situation, both sitting with pretty interesting flops, and those running clubs are on the way.
Friends are, I forget what it is.
Yeah.
Jonathan now taking a very slight lead. Of course, these players will almost certainly chop this pot with no club.
He's all right, but two of them together are much better.
That's what it is. Yeah. But I've seen him live too, like at
Oh, really?
Comedy Store and stuff like that. Yeah.
Gresham can win it, but it goes check, check, and they both river showdown value.
So close. Looking for that 6 in order to improve, but ultimately it is another chop.
I've never been.
I can get a Coke one at the 10.
Always have the same.
Jonathan having a funner time with it. More fun time, funner time.
And then they have one downtown.
You know what? Just
The secret group.
mute me.
They do,
You were free rolling this.
I think we'll keep you on the mic.
Okay.
yeah. But like their, local shows are pretty cheap and fun. People just go there and get drunk in East Downtown.
Okay.
Jonathan and Tisch can't seem to, or not Tisch, HV can't seem to get away without chopping the pot. That'll tend to happen when you play the same 2 cards pre-flop.
The best place in the world now, right?
Yeah.
Rogan there and everyone else that's followed.
Kill Tony, all that. Yeah.
Players talking about comedians and Andrew Santino. I actually saw Andrew Santino the last time he was here in Houston. Really great show.
Austin.
Nice.
LA, probably.
I've actually never seen one of his shows, so I feel like that'd be interesting to see. You saw it live, right?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting to see live for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy hearing those guys talk about how LA was and like the.
Yeah, I went with Alex Optional and another poker player. Good time there.
I mean,
And
Polly Shore.
Alex and I are pretty regular viewers of Kill Tony, but they're also referencing some of that Austin
Still, they did
and
like a
Texas
big
comedy.
something
Really great scene for it.
The kids didn't want to, so there was like a big thing going on. But Comedy Store is definitely probably the best one over there. You got the Laugh Factory, but the Comedy Store was my favorite.
Does San Tripoli own it now?
The Comedy Store?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I think he does.
Does he? Okay.
I thought he did, but maybe
That was
he
the
did
coolest.
For a few years. I think he bought it a couple of years ago, and I don't know.
Maybe so, yeah. I mean, I haven't been there in 2 years, 3 years, so it might have changed, but. Yeah, a lot of people got their start there, and then people would just pop in whenever.
Yeah, stand-up comedy's back.
Mm-hmm.
Fell apart for a few years there, but the crazier the world gets, the better stand-up comedy gets.
Mm-hmm. The woke crowd.
Folds around to Ethan's hijack. Queen Jack. Goes to 40. Some other Broadway connectors. Suited King Queen, 3-betting out of the small.
Looks like HV is going to be waking up with a 4-bettable type of hand. HV really liking to apply this 4-bet with hands like the Ace-Jack, Ace-10, Ace-Queen offsuit. Probably with a higher frequency than a lot of other players, but his aggression pays off quite a bit. So it leads to him playing some of these massive pots. And significant edge when you can get players to fold hands as good as King Queen suited, but ATM's not that guy. He's going to be making the call pre-flop, and we're going to see a pretty big $1,000 pot brewing.
They go high, board comes low. Low and two-tone.
Small C-bet incoming from HV. Should probably be no larger than 300, I would have to guess.
400. Oh, that's 400.
But that's okay. That's why I'm in the box and not on the felt. Kind of hard to predict what some players will do here. And 400 is a great price for ATM to fold to here. Really can't chase his backdoor draws for that sizing. So good work from HV. Did have the best hand with the ace high, but is going to price out a lot of those draws.
This guy.
Barely. Barely. Barely the best hand. Hit me a flop one time. Motherfucker. Dude, it is hot. Shit.
Get warm again, right?
Yeah.
Can you turn on the AC? Yeah.
Crank that shit up.
Not all the way
B2 is like, damn, I was just heating up.
Heating up.
All right, let's cool this guy off.
I feel like I would bet B2 doesn't own a single hoodie. Is that a good bet?
I do own a hoodie.
Oh, one hoodie.
He's from Chicago.
Black 10s buried for Tisch Money.
Yeah, he's a Parker kind of guy.
I like 12 pairs of Jordans.
Straddles on. Tisch makes it 20 to go.
And are they all in rotation?
Ace 4 and 4-4. Call behind.
You never know. Sometimes you'll have special Jordans. They
The
don't.
new one came out though. Some Air Jordan 3's original black came out next weekend.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. So you get online at like 3 in the morning to get the drop.
No, it's 9 a.m.
9 a.m. That's not bad.
Jack 8 and 6 deuce joined the other players, and they both flop better than everybody else.
Wow.
Trip 6s for Wes. Checks through on the flop.
I'll wear a hoodie to the next stream.
HV's not going to fold top pair to Wes. 4s looking to fill up.
Disciplined fold from Tisch, knowing he's got to be behind the lead and call from Wes and HV. And river, not enough.
Yeah,
Fake straight draw for 4s.
Board straightens out. Front door flush comes in.
I can bring a blanket over here.
HV knowing the kicker plays. That kicker also blocking straight, but enough showdown value.
This is the worst side of the table.
And Wes shows best.
Nice hand.
Good job. You got me.
Money, dude.
Dude, look at the river.
Perfect river. What are you talking about? I don't lose no more.
No,
Perfect river for me not to lose anymore.
Anybody.
You hate to see it.
What a lie.
Just freaking see it.
I thought I had the best hand.
Please don't make him turn around.
Slower on me?
I didn't see it until like
There it
they
is.
flip over 2 of them.
Yeah.
I saw it 2 of heart. I'm like,
Too cold over here.
That's no good.
Yeah.
That's not
What we
good.
did.
I want to see like a 7 first.
The guy's kind of fucking perfect.
you gotta wear an undershirt.
They can't just turn it on like half AC. There's got to be like,
Wear an
there's
undershirt.
got to be some setting in between this off and full blast. There can't be like 2 settings.
I think that's all they have. That's all I've experienced.
It's a 1 stage.
Yeah, no, that's all I've experienced. I just refuse to believe they put an AC setting where it's like 100% or 0%.
Good thing is, it cools off quick. You know, in Houston, that's the
Yeah.
concern.
Yeah, that is
That's the main concern.
more of a concern like July.
I mean, yeah,
For
80%
most-
of the year, you're right.
Yeah.
6s for Jhonathan. Just calling the $12 straddle. Not 7-4, but 6-4 gets in there. And Jack 10 on the button. 50 to go.
And definitely a 3-bettable hand here for Tisch Money. Definitely likes to take those aggressive spots, especially versus the button open from ATM, which can be quite a lot of hands. But look at this. Jhonathan limp calling the 250. Tisch probably a bit confused about that one. An ATM getting such a beautiful price with such a gorgeous hand. How can you ever fold? You can't. And some fun hands going three ways to another pretty big pot.
King Jack flopping best.
Spades not particularly relevant in this hand. Tisch is going to choose to check out of position, mostly as a trap given the strength of his hand. At this point is probably going to c-bet for some value now. If Jhonathan doesn't make this call, ATM certainly will not, so may just take it down right here depending on sizing.
That's the diaper.
Another situation where a modest sizing would probably do him well. Goes about half pot here. Targeting a hand pretty much just like Jhonathan's, but even then I don't think Jhonathan's ever going to be making the call given that price.
Ace is good. No aces. Better. Top set.
Top set of full house.
Top set. Oh wait, what?
Yeah, see, it would have been, you would have known you had a bow.
You know that song when it goes, what?
Queen, queen, still good. Queen, queen, still good. Nice hand, nice hand.
Fishy, fishy, fishy.
Queen, queen, still good.
Good read, Patrick.
I've been told that before.
It's gonna go so far in life.
I always knew I should be scared of you.
Good.
What he told me.
Huh?
Oh,
Calling out my hand.
come on, guys.
Well, I
Dude,
guess
it keeps on
it's
turning
my
off.
third
Part of the
guess.
battery.
Yeah, it's the battery.
No, not really.
If it still keep turning off, it's battery.
Yeah.
I know what everyone's got.
You lying.
But you don't know what the turn is.
Except for B2 because he's got the glasses on.
But you don't know the turn though. I know the
You
turn.
can't read these.
Play big one,
Always knows
B2.
the turn. Yeah, that's what makes it.
Would you rather want to know what the other guy has or what the turn is?
Definitely.
Depends on the
definitely
setup.
What the
What
other
the
guy
turn
has.
is.
Definitely what the
No,
other
no,
guy
no,
has.
no,
It's
no.
not even close.
What the turn
It's
is.
not even funny.
Not even close.
If I know I'm gonna hit my gut shot in a straight, I don't care what he
It
has.
doesn't matter. You have perfect information. You can bluff.
No, but the thing is
You can
that-
do whatever your hand wants to do.
But like if you hit gut shot every time or hit your set every time knowing,
I don't really.
I'd rather hit the turn more than knowing what's the guy.
Oh, wait.
Folds to ATM's cutoff and looks down at a suited jack and is going to make a raise.
You know what the turn is.
Yeah, but
Way better than what the other guy have.
Absolutely not.
Wes defending his button with valor with the 5-6 offsuit.
You have ace.
Two speculative hands off to a flop.
Turns a deuce and I have a deuce in my hand. I would take that all day.
I would.
No. Actually, never mind. Take that back.
But it's Wes who takes the commanding lead on this board.
Because you can always play perfectly.
Yeah.
If they're bluffing, you wait until they bluff
Because
river, then min play.
knowing what turn you need is still requires a perceived range that your opponent has, right?
Right, the other one's no thought.
But let's
You
say
know
on this
what I'm
hand, right? It doesn't matter what he has, right? But you know you have 9 queens. And you know the turn is going to be a jack. It doesn't matter what he has, right?
True in the case that you know you're turning the nuts.
So I think HVs is more of like an offensive thing. You can make more money with your if you know the turn, but it's more defensive if you just know what they have.
That's not defensive at all.
It's like knowing you're gonna suck
If I
out
know,
on the
I can
flop.
call with range and then min click river. Every time. Yeah.
Or he's just talking too loud and he's busting up.
I think
Busting. Probably
I think
busting.
Tisch is right in general, but if Tisch and HV played heads up and Tisch knew his cards and he knew the turn,
I guarantee you if you
Better question, would you rather know turn and river? Know
But if you know my card, then it doesn't matter what the turn is.
Exactly, it's more overpowered. It's more overpowered knowing what your cards are.
Yeah, but then the river changes everything.
This is going to be an off-stream discussion.
What is B2 talking about? If you know the other person's card, it
I
doesn't
don't
matter
even
what
think
the
it's
turn
very
or river
close.
is.
I don't think so either. I'd rather know the other guy's cards.
close.
It's closer if you like turn and river or the other guy's cards. That's close.
I don't think it's even close if you know what the turn and river is.
Then you think that's more powerful?
I think knowing your opponent's cards is not even close and overpowered. for knowing
Alright
the
guys,
turn
let's
and
come
river.
back to reality.
You
That
think
is-
turn and river is more powerful?
I think it's way more powerful to know
Oh
the
my
guy's cards.
god.
Okay, that was my point. I agree with
Way more powerful.
Let's come back to reality. That's never gonna happen.
And it's
so.
not even close.
Well, I actually
That's right. That's
but
right.
you're wrong.
That's right. We already know what the turns and rivers are going to be every time here.
I know. I don't know about y'all. I already know. On the stream, I just know. Earlier, I called him deuce of space. Big deuce of space. No sweat.
No sweat. Right on the turn.
Queens for Patrick are still good here. Ace high flop.
I didn't even tell you what I had.
Interesting table talk from all the players.
Rooting for
So
I didn't know if
he
he's ready for
knows
me.
the turn and knows the other
That's
guy's
the card I
cards. That's
needed.
why he always wins on this stream. Figure it out.
The cat.
I was like, Wes definitely have a space draw right here. Let you use the space one time. Bink. No one dead. Everybody one dead. One on live. Can you call my card next time?
Yeah. You can play him?
I did. I used them all.
Front door diamonds come in.
Where I was.
Guys, check in the end, and the queens are good.
Everybody's favorite flop.
I thought
Everybody's favorite flop.
I thought I was gonna get snapped by Jhonathan earlier.
Nice.
If I snap, if he's now I'm going home.
What's up, bud?
What did he do? No, when he had the queen eight. When he had the queen eight, I was like, yeah, when he had 1,000, I'm just gonna go fairly. I beat a lot of straight to first. Go for the rest of it. And then snap! When he didn't snap, I'm like, alright. Call. I thought he had 7 8 though.
You want to straddle?
Jhonathan, is that hand spade come you call?
Hmm?
Is that hand the straight? Spade come I bet you call? Yeah, you know, before the straight.
Oh, he just space call me night flop.
No.
I think you have pleasure. You're right.
I don't know how much one bet. It's 2x pot.
Let's go. That's Jameis.
What just happened?
Touch that.
One call.
90.
LeBron James?
LeBron James.
Come on.
Fix it.
That's what we needed.
I'll laugh later when I watch it back. I'll probably laugh.
LeBron James?
Try again.
Were you talking about LeBron?
Jameis.
Oh, sorry, guys.
No, I like the hesitation. That was probably the best deliver right there.
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes you gotta do it like a minute. Alright, I'm serious. I'm gonna get those fucking shades now.
You gotta get
Queen 10 dominated and out of position here. But never mind. Sorry.
Domination does not matter. And could we see fireworks here? HV with a very sneaky check back with top pair and a good kicker here.
Yeah, he is.
Jack pairs the board on the turn, so potentially a scare card for HV now. Thinking ATM could have potentially improved with this Jack, but flop was already bad news bears for HV.
Sorry.
Gonna need to see another Jack or a King in order for HV to take down this pot.
Well, they know all the spells.
Ace of Hearts will improve ATM's hand to the nut straight, but now more combos of hands that HV could have that potentially have him beat.
Come and get it. Ethan will be there too.
What about Wednesday? I will.
ATM with another modestly large bet here, looking like 275 if I counted his chips correctly from afar, unless it's 3, but 275 is the price of poker. HV now once again in a bit of a blendy spot. He kind of under-repped his hand on the flop, so may feel obligated to call, but again, it's another situation where he loses to a lot of hands, but
Flopped it.
pay to see it.
But Friday,
Yeah, Friday's just
the night
so
where
much better. It's hard to talk about the other days, but it's always.
and for no limit or PLO or both.
Actually, there's more PLO a lot of the time recently. So
There's more PLO?
yeah, they have like
Just me and you,
they'll
bro.
have like 3 tables of PLO during the week.
Chop.
I used to always love hitting HV with the Doom Zoom back when I was working the camera more often, but they got a good shot of the tilt face there. Down 23.67, 2% through the party here tonight. Down 4K. Jhonathan down nearly 1,800. It's been pretty swingy for Jhonathan.
Try to get that.
They just
The rest of the table been in the green for most of the night.
And the graphics alluding to our potential 9th player showing up, if that is correct. If he is indeed making an appearance, then we will welcome back another fan favorite on the stream, Mo. Hopefully we get to see him mix it up in the action.
Third or second? Yeah. No, he didn't get second. I know he got third because I remember seeing the other dudes and stuff. He was heads up with not yet.
Wes waking up with suited Big Slick and HV next to act, waking up with another suited ace is going to make the 3-bet. Wes is going to 4-bet HV here though. Oh, he didn't do it. I'm a fool, and because of that, we have a potential disaster brewing. Top pair, top kicker, top pair, good kicker for HV. Wes under-repping his hand. One of the few times he's elected to slow play a hand like Ace-King on some of these recent cash game streams, and I think that's really going to bite HV in the tail if he doesn't find a way to catch a 10 or running clubs here. He does catch a club, though. Equity improves for HV on the turn. Wes, no doubt the check and flow. And could we see this go check, bet, check, raise for maximum blood here?
Yeah, they're so deep. He's not worried about opening the betting here, especially this strong of a hand. Top pair, nut flush draw. He wants chips in the middle. And again, HV being the effective stack and starting the hand effectively 5,500.
I'm going to wait to see what he does. I think it's going to be a raise. Wes knows that he is really only behind a couple of key hands here. He's only behind pocket aces and probably ace-5 suited that HV would have 3-bet pre-flop, would have just called with hands like pocket 6s, 4s, and 5s. So Wes pretty confident he has the lead, especially holding one of the last few aces in the deck. And he is right in this instance. He's ahead now, but HV has a monster draw along it with his top pair. And I'm going to be honest, I don't see HV folding to a big river blast if he does not improve. It's going to be a gross spot if the board comes out, let's say another 4 or another 6 or another 5. Could potentially put Wes on some kind of bluff here. He's going to make the call though. Big pot brewing, big river incoming.
There he is.
Mo.
And just like I said, board pairing 6. Great card for both players, especially for Wes. It removes other combos of a really aggressively played hand, like let's say pocket 6s. And honestly, same thing for HV. If Wes opened up a hand like 6s, it's less likely that he has those sets now. So big value bet on this river incoming for 1,050. HV now in a pretty gross situation here.
Team California, what is that?
It was a baseball team I played on.
Should be aware that he's really only losing 2 hands like Ace-King that was slow played pre-flop, Ace-Jack or Ace-Queen similarly. But knowing Wes does not like to slow play those hands pre-flop. Very aggressive, always applying the pressure with 4 bets most of the time. So HV may have a more difficult time putting him on those ranges of hands. The only saving grace for HV in this spot is that he does hold the ace and the 10 of clubs, so it makes it significantly less likely that Wes is barreling with a flush draw. And if HV makes this fold, this is going to be a hero fold, but we'll see if he's able to piece it together. Could be possible that Wes is bluffing with some other club type of holding.
4-7 right here.
You can sit down now if you want to take this. The offer's out there. 2. Heads up, yeah. But you can sit down. You sure?
Does make the call. Wes going to show HV the bad news, and Wes shipping a $3,500 pot. Probably one of the biggest pots of the night, if not the biggest pot of the night, other than some of those all-in hands that we saw earlier. taking it down, slow playing it pre-flop, catching gin on the flop and turn to make max value. Nice hand to Wes.
Yeah, that pot could have been much bigger. But a great pickup
Drawing hand.
by Wes.
Sneaky boy.
8,000 in front of him now.
Sneaky, sneaky boy.
Can kind of hear those comments about Wes being sneaky pre-flop. I'm sure other players at the table didn't necessarily expect him to have a hand as strong as
You got the shake.
Ace King, given his reputation and his tendencies to be aggressive pre-flop. So
Let's tilt him.
certainly got a feel for HV on that one. That's a tough spot to get away
better
from.
without the shades.
And again, he can
That is true.
be aggressive pre-flop
I've seen
with
you,
anything.
I've seen all the highlights with you with the shades.
So that's again where it's just his image is
Without the shades, you win.
you just have to pay him more often than not.
I'm just saying.
Sometimes
He runs
Wes
better
will just have nothing in that spot.
Yeah,
shadeless, you're good.
a lot of the time actually.
Yeah.
Your queens held, you know.
Yeah, right?
When you had kings with the shades on, they got cracked.
It's now Ethan's turn for Ace King.
No.
Is going to raise over Wes's blind straddle to 30.
I got your back, bro.
Goes with a pretty hefty sizing, and I think that's going to get the job done most likely.
Oh, shadeless.
Yeah, ace king. Clubs, runner club.
Big sizing, especially because he still does have that knit button in front of him, does just want to get rid of it now. And
There it is.
actually, I think that is going to be the end of this round of the knit game, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like Jhonathan is going to have to pay out the knit tax.
To play y'all.
Yeah.
Don't matter.
Doesn't matter.
That's the rules.
You just put the 150 in.
Yep.
We do it to me too. We gotta do it to Jhonathan.
Yep. That's the rules. Rules are the rules. Merry Christmas time. Here it comes.
Oh,
Oh,
wow, my bad.
No, you already paid it.
You won?
They already paid it.
There.
Yeah. Okay.
We were gonna.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
At least you showed up here.
Thank you, thank you.
You knew to come quick.
Made all that big deal about those shades, bro.
I know.
Went out there and smoked. I agree. Like a degenerate.
That's maybe why I forgot.
A lot of grants. I knew I was bluffing. I knew I didn't need those shades.
Woo! Just in time. This is a splash pop.
More money.
Perfect.
More money is here.
Seven four for Patrick.
In the office today.
We, of course, would like to welcome on to the stream Mo, stream regular, stream favorite. Looks like he is just now settling into the seat once held by 2%, so he will be happy to jump in the mix with everybody else here.
That's spades.
Different poker room. Different.
All clubs.
You must
Connected
have-
board.
Yeah, you must-
7-4.
Brutal.
The only club? No, sorry. Ethan over there with top pair and the 10 of clubs. He's going absolutely nowhere.
Then I stack the person.
Like, sorry, gotta go to the stream.
Sorry.
If you're watching the stream.
If you want to watch,
I didn't want to do that.
Dude's probably rooting again.
if you want to watch where your chips went, tune in.
Poker karma's gonna get you now.
You guys are my family, so.
We forgive you.
I'll be here whenever you guys
karma
need me.
for him to, you know,
Trips for both players.
bring their money home.
And for the first time tonight, potentially cooler brewing for Wes now. Wes in pretty terrible shape. Does have a couple of chop outs in this instance. He's going to blast for over pot. Ethan never folding with the 10 of clubs in his hand and trip queens. I would actually kind of like a raise here from Ethan, mostly because, you know, I mean, sure, he could be up against some flushes that Wes is playing this way, but definitely denies equity from a lot of his bluffs that do contain high clubs, such as the King of Clubs, Ace of Clubs. But as I say that, the 5 of clubs does peel off on the river. And that's good news for Ethan. I think this is going to be a good enough card for Wes to shut down on.
Use a one-time.
Ethan's probably going to check it back, and we will see a shipped pot. over to the young gentleman in the cutoff.
Trying to hold up. It's like that's weak.
Yeah, with Wes's lead on the turn, I think it buys him a check back here.
It's right into kings.
Yeah.
Right?
But Ethan
So I'm using my
going for it. He might be thinking he has to turn this into a bluff here.
Talk like we as just mere.
But really no need, and with the 10 of clubs, I think he has one of the better kickers that he could ever have given the action pre-flop as well, so probably not necessary to turn his hand into a bluff on the river there. I certainly don't think Wes will ever be folding the ace or the king of clubs in that spot, so still fine either way though. Maybe he's thinking he can get some value from Wes, who gets sticky with the queen, which is true. He had a queen, he just was not interested in paying off on the 4 to a flush board, so nice pot taken down by Ethan there.
He was pretty open about it. They take them from the back and put it in.
Patrick, really?
Yeah.
What's that? Oh yeah.
But tell him.
So it's kind of like a hair transplant.
I mean, that is, I believe.
It's like a form of one.
Right. I don't know what else would it.
Yeah, it's a hair transplant.
That is a transplant.
I thought the hair transplant was like where you transplant like
Somebody else's scalp onto yours?
Like a skin graft, they just start grafting rows of.
That's called Face Off. It's a movie from the 90s with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Great movie.
It's like a movie, really.
No, but they take
True story.
True story, actually.
the hair transplant. They just
It can really
take it
happen.
back and then
They were piloting the concept in that movie, but then this guy that was a senator named Joe Biden, they switched his face out 15 years ago. He died, they put his face on another guy.
Dude, what? They might be able to do a head transplant soon.
A head? They're
Like a
working
full-
on a hand right now.
Full-blown head transplant.
They're working on a hand.
I don't know, man, with all those UFOs that are coming, we might get some wild technology coming out.
Wes getting aggressive with the ace-jack offsuit. Going to be 3-betting this one up to 125. Jhonathan looking to gamble a little bit. With the suited king-deuce, however, is going to be making this call. Action back over to Patrick and ATM.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah.
Can kind of see the look on Patrick's face, knowing he's in position and getting the chance to potentially close out the action.
It's one time.
In position, he will make that call as well. And we are seeing 3 continuation to this flop.
Time against ATM.
Everyone with a little bit of Broadway in their hand.
Against me on that line.
I did.
Like one time.
I'm pretty sure the majority would say that you can use their one time once a day. Seems like it'd be a possibility.
And a little bit of Broadway hits a lot of nothing on this flop. Only spade in the hand is going to be Patrick's queen of spades.
It was only like 5%.
No, I was more.
What's 1,000?
Yeah, I was close to 1,000.
That's why I busted 100.
Patrick also with that gut shot straight draw.
Early in the day.
Likely to make this call here, at least on this flop.
Jack versus sixes, spots like Jack, 5, and I just called one time. I spiked a 6 on the river to stay alive.
Wow.
And then I got all in like 3 hands later, dominating the guy, and I'm like, I know, fuck you. I just used it like
Checkmark delivered for Patrick. Improves both ways,
That guy do at our table, dude.
hitting his straight and his flush at the same time.
Seat 9.
He hit like 100% of hands.
That's what I'm saying. That,
God, I mean, it was ridiculous.
I was pretty live against them on that hand, but
I was pretty lucky. So I saw the time
Ace of spades on the river.
5th or something. So I
Wes does technically improve to top 2 pair. If Patrick has no spades, he would certainly be winning this hand, but it is just a flush on the board.
one.
So
You only shot one.
useless 2 pair for Wes.
normally
Is going to bluff though.
I bought back in probably about
Patrick
an hour
about to get
afterwards,
paid here.
and I sit at A-Town's table. He's dealing.
Snap call and ship the pot to Patrick. Taking off a nice one from Wes, winning that $1,600 pot.
What a cooler.
One time, A-Town was dealing. Very first hand I played, queens. Flop is queen 8-9. Other guys got bottom set. I've got top set, and other guys jacked in. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Yeah, dude, for like that one hand dumped me up like 80K, but that was after that.
The queens?
demonstration. What?
The queens?
No, when I had 6.
Oh,
I had
so-
set on the river.
Yeah.
But dude, up until that point, I was like average stacked for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Then just kept bleeding. It was so miserable.
Yeah.
Like an orbit. That was just.
Miserable. Sounds like tournament poker.
Yeah.
It really is.
I also enjoy that format.
Yeah.
Being card dead in a tournament's way worse than cash games.
Oh
You
my
just feel
God.
so
But
fucking
try being
helpless.
card dead in a PLO tournament.
I haven't
It's
done
the
that
worst
before.
existence.
Yeah.
Period.
That doesn't exist for me because
I was
every PLO hand's a good
I was
hand,
so
I
fortunate.
thought PLO is any 4.
Yeah. So how can you be card dead in PLO?
That's how we play in cash games here. 10-7 deuce, no suit.
You're good. Good. Sorry, I got.
People will be limping with any 4, seriously.
Yeah, no, it's pretty
Right, I
miserable.
don't need the shit.
Houston,
Yeah.
Houston PLO is pretty good.
I was so fortunate. I wanted to play the PLO main here, but caught a free afternoon and played the 1100.
Yeah.
Was card dead, bored as hell for several hours. I was like, that was not that fun. lost it, but at the end of the day, it was so unfun that I didn't play the PLO main.
You didn't save money.
And I ended up plus 2200.
2 pair for Wes on this flop. B2 catching bottom pair is going to very quickly make this call. Backdoor hearts with the 3 of hearts in hand.
Yeah, I don't know shit about PLO, so I think PLO.
Brick on the turn. Check mark Wes.
Yeah.
Tournament poker's already high variance. The PLOs do it.
Well, actually, if you're not, yeah, that's even more reason.
Earlier, Wes did fold 2 pair to B2 on what looked like a counterfeit or scary turn card.
When you enter PLO,
This turn card,
10% chance.
Wes likely hoping B2 connected to get some value from him, but B2 does make the fold.
You weren't folding that.
And Wes shows down the 2 pair in order to get rid of the net button. Florida Bill had asked in chat what the tax is for the nit. It's $150
Did you see the flush over flush?
paid in the form of a splash pot immediately following the end of the nit game.
Ace high flush also.
So the loser of the nit game does have an opportunity to win that nit tax back, but so does everybody else.
There was a flush on the floor, bro.
I didn't see that. Sorry, I just heard that. I was like, what's going on here?
Appreciate everybody tuning in chat. If you haven't already done so, make sure to drop us a like,
Without
subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure we stay in your YouTube algorithm. Streaming tomorrow night, Wednesday and Thursday night. Tomorrow,
Let's go.
it's PLO with the Stallions. And then Wednesday and Thursday, it's high stakes Hold'em. Back to our normally scheduled programming.
It got really quiet.
Well, I was trying to get you. I thought you get stacked. I thought you were the out person.
Oh, no.
So I didn't speak to you.
Oh, when you saw him smoking outside,
Yeah,
smoking his life away, he
okay.
was like, fuck this guy's fucking stuck.
He was like, but I didn't say anything to him. He was like, how's Thanksgiving? I was like,
Nah, I was waiting on those nits to finish that.
Some more Broadway on Broadway action this time.
She's hosting it. She's
Jack
great.
high flop though.
I love her as a.
No one really fully connecting here. Ethan with the backdoor
She does
flush
roast.
draw.
He roasts people.
She's probably one of the best.
What's her name?
Ethan will be making the call on this board. Ace high.
What's her name? She was
King
Tom
of
Brady
hearts
thing.
on the turn though
Nikki Glazer.
is going to give Wes the more commanding lead.
It's a professional roasting.
And most importantly, actually, Ethan can no longer catch a queen to win this hand. An ace and an ace only is going to be the card that can deliver this check mark.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't come. Just ace high in a dream for Ethan. Will he choose to bluff here, representing a jack?
These are the biggest assholes ever.
No.
I'm not sure Wes would ever fold. And Ethan leads out for $30, I'm pretty sure. An interesting size that will never be folded to. Wes is going to be making the call very quickly.
One's good.
Thanks, sir.
And check out our hotel promotion for December. Play 4 hours in one day and get a room for $85. And if you play 8 hours in a day, you get your hotel room for free using the code POKER10. Very nice promotion there. Champions Club is one of the only clubs in Texas, the only club with a full hotel. Also in December, we have our 25K player appreciation free roll. You can qualify during the month of December. 40 plus hours qualifies you for 10,000 in chips. Each additional 10 hours qualifies you for 10K more chips. And you can have a max of 80 hours.
Nice little bottle of Chardonnay or something.
Pretty nice player appreciation tournament there.
Like a
Chance to get some of your money back.
one of the
Sitting here playing cards in the room.
get some gut rot.
I'm actually this week working like a mile away, so
Oh, nice.
if I had early meetings, then I would have stayed and just. I brought clothes just in case.
Yeah.
Depends on how you're feeling.
But I don't have any meetings till like 11, so.
Wes now opening up the Ace-Queen offsuit.
Actually, I'm out in
B2 going to be defending his Ace-4 suited.
I'm not sure.
And HV making the call as well on the dealer button with the 8-6.
Champions Forest or
Queen, Jack 7, all clubs. Only club sitting in HV's hand at the moment, but Wes with top pair, top kicker, is going to continuation bet.
if there's zero.
Could we see an HV float here with one club in his hand? No.
Yeah.
Fold, fold. Wes taking down the pot.
Like depending on if I'm leaving in the morning or at rush hour, it can be an hour.
Yeah. Willowbrook.
It's tough. Here in Champions, it's kind of a tough spot to get to a highway. It's not real like.
And there's also all this construction right here on Richmond and Bel Air. The Richmond exit is the one I've been taking the past couple of weeks when I've been coming down here, and it's like in the mornings it can be really bad. So I've started just going past it, exiting West Park and turning around.
Someone opened up.
Jhonathan going to connect the best of it here with his jack on this jack paired 10 board. And all players going to be making the call after Wes does bet out for 50 here. Turn coming now, the king. Good card for Jhonathan. Wes deciding not to fire an additional barrel, is just going to check it back. 5 diamonds, real close to a 4, but no dice for Mo. Is just going to check and take his showdown value, and this should pretty quickly check through.
Ooh, 3 pair.
Nice.
Jhonathan safe in the net game, taking down a nice pot.
At the 5, huh?
Ace 5.
Ace 5, baby. That's all right.
Maybe. Worse.
4-4. Oh, excuse me, I should.
You want to do double?
Yeah, I'm a double
There's
straddler.
going to be a double.
Kind of rude not to, right?
Raise 4 and 2. Raise 100 and 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I should say about $12.
Raise
Holy Christmas. Let's wake up with it.
400.
Aces versus Ace King here. Big pot alert. Wes's 3-bet met with swift punishment. Ethan 4-betting ace ace. See what Wes decides to do here. All in, and it's going to be a snap call. Ethan with the pre-flop nuts.
Pocket deuces.
Probably good.
Wes needing to catch some hearts or multiple kings. 2 hearts on the board. Not a good sight for Ethan if Wes can turn the flush or river it. Red 6, still no help, needing a heart and only a heart.
Wow.
And he gets there. Heart on the river. Wes's ace king cracks aces and kings in the same session. Big cooler for Ethan. Did nothing wrong. Got the money in as good as you possibly like. And Wes gonna take down a $4,000 pot. That is the new biggest pot of the night, and Wes is going to be shipping it in as well. Ace King doing him wonders tonight. Taking down 2 huge pots against HV, and then stacking Ethan in one of the ultimate coolers, Ace King versus Aces. The run good continues for Wes.
There's no, like, tough decisions there.
No, well, I mean, I'm not down to touch because I have no hands.
Exactly,
Yeah. I haven't even had aces. I haven't even had pocket. Not even one pocket. You should be getting pocket kings with ace king and aces.
I know.
Wes, what's that like? My man says he had aces. You cracked HV's.
I had 2 hearts too. I had 10-7 to hearts.
He has some luck.
Huh?
It's Wes.
It is.
Wes being
You
Wes.
have to have fun getting it in against Wes.
Ethan, you want purple for that?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Whatever you want.
Double straddle.
Yeah, don't rip aces against Wes. That's
Fuck that, I'm ripping them. You can't beat it. You can't beat him. You can't beat him 3 times, can he?
we're ripping them. It's just, as he said, it's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt. And
That's a 5 raise.
I'll take my chances.
Yeah, it is. The patented.
Dude, when the heart comes out and then he starts flipping his cards, that's when you know you're like,
this isn't good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After that big hand, a couple more big Broadway cards spotted. Wes finding the ace of clubs, 10 of diamonds, is just going to let it go this time in the middle of all of this action and calling.
Okay, I'm scared of you, Wes.
Jhonathan with the best of it, though, with the ace queen headed to the flop, and a queen high flop is bad news bears for Tisch Money. Tisch Money gonna flop a queen, but queen no good in this instance, at least not with this kicker. ATM also, of course, with some backdoor draws and bottom pair. Jhonathan likely to continue here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be with a call. Looks like he's going to try and raise to deny some equity. Counting out his green chips here, does decide to raise it on up. But the price of poker is not super high. $350 over the 125 bet from Tisch Money. Tisch probably not loving it. He does have backdoor draws here. But Jhonathan really shouldn't be raising with too much worse in this spot. Still can't fold at this juncture, given the price. Is going to make the call. Jhonathan still with more than a pot-sized bet behind. And that 5 of spades is going to kill all the backdoor equity that Tisch had this hand. Is now only going to improve by spiking the jack on the river. Jhonathan firing out for 500, leaves himself only 704 behind. Pretty hard for Tisch Money to imagine this is a bluff at this point. 5 of spades straightens out, connects the board, puts a flush draw on there. And Jhonathan is still rifling out chips. And unfortunately for Tisch Money, he is going to all in, and Jhonathan never folding in this spot. Snap call. We've got another huge pot, $4,000 pot. Follow it up by a $3,500 pot with a jack on the river. Best hand cannot hold twice in a row, and Tisch Money scooping it in. Wow, 2 back-to-back coolers in huge spots.
I mean,
What a hand.
you quietly used your one time there.
I quietly used my one.
We know you did. We know you did.
That was a sick one. And gonna look at the stat lines here. VPIP first, and then we'll get to who's up and who's down. Small sample size for Mo, so disregard that. Super active table. Hopefully you're gonna see Jhonathan return, but Jhonathan now stuck 3.4, 2%. Left the game, down 4K. HV down 4.2. B2 and Ethan each down their initial buy-in essentially. And yeah, do see Jhonathan reload.
Oh, bro, it's all luck.
He's good for some more. He's had a super swingy night. Started off really rough, cooler after cooler. Started to spin it up, nearly got even, and now losing it all back again.
Thank you very much. About fucking time.
2 nasty coolers.
Yeah, this is it's a family establishment.
Sorry.
I completely left out
About time.
giving the update on who's up, but I think we all know Wes is running pure.
Nice hand, Tisch.
Always rough, because he's such a solid player as well.
It always hurts when the best players are running the purest.
Run good, play better.
He gone.
And Mo going to find what is a 3-bet over the blind raise of Wes.
We've been living that 30 for years.
Raises it up to 400 with the suited queen. See if B2 wants to gamble with his pair of threes. It does not. It makes the fold.
Yeah, Mo's like, get this button out of here, dude.
You've been dominated.
He deserved
Button
it.
out of here.
He deserved it.
Don't cuss. There's family watching.
Hey, it's different. You're the star of the show, okay? You're the star of the show. They don't even mic me up. You have no fucking idea what I'm
Where
saying.
is your mic?
I'm trying to keep it family friendly, so. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You already know it. Wes always gets that tower of power.
Tower of power.
Watch out.
Power.
Tower of Power announced. Wes trying to close out 10K in front of him.
You know what? I agree.
Jacks for Ethan, trying to get his buy-in back. 8-7, good enough to see a flop. So is 8-4.
HV getting a great price with his slightly downgraded 7-4.
7-4 would be nice on the 10-7 deuce flop. Naturally, Wes catches a piece.
But Ethan still with the best of it, holding that overpair of jacks. Wes likely to give some action on this board at a minimum. Should be at least calling here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a raise as well, but we'll see how he proceeds.
Does raise to 150.
Does have backdoor equity in a pretty significant way. Holding the 8 is important. Lots of cards on the turn can help him to improve to gut shot straight draws of some kind.
Yeah.
Also, of course, draws to 2-pair. This is one of those helpful cards. 5 of diamonds.
You never hit them.
Kind of connects the board a little more. Should, in theory, be more favorable for Wes's under the gun straddle range. But I think for Wes, he's now aware that if Ethan is defending, he's not just going to have random ace-high hands that will turn themselves into bluffs on the turn. At worst, he's against a better pair, so we'll just shut down on the turn.
I know, right? Every single one is my life.
And if Ethan goes big here, I think Wes is just going to fold.
Like one winning hand at 4. Sorry, Matt. The one I won was against you.
Which one?
The runner club.
Oh, the runner, yeah.
He's feeling lucky. I think, like what you're saying, he knows exactly where he's at, though.
No.
On the flop.
Looking to give some action back.
You got backdoor Broadway. I think it was a 10 high flop, I believe.
King of diamonds, kind of ugly card for Ethan's exact hand, though.
Okay, no, I did have some both backdoors.
Just club, that's it.
Just club.
Obviously, it's a bit in hindsight, but I really would have loved to see a lead from Wes on this river. Really changes the texture of the board. Backdoor flush does complete. And Ethan really shouldn't have very many combos of ace-king. Only way he really connects with this board would be with a hand like kings or something of that
The other
sort.
guy had 2 kings, so you're drawing slim.
I think this is a rare spot where leading on a king-high river makes some sense if you want to turn your hand into a bluff, but I think Wes had enough of that hand and didn't want to fire out more chips into the void, so does check it on over, gets it checked back, and Ethan will get a slight rebate from his pot earlier.
Tisch was that it was against Matt, and he didn't deserve all that. You didn't deserve all that. You didn't deserve all that.
But I loved it, bro. It's all good. Still love you.
I know. Likewise, I just.
5.2K, just so you know.
You got me covered then.
Ooh. We have a double. Do I?
No,
This guy plays 2 hands. He flops a set of jacks. He flops. He 3-bets ace jack. He flops 3 jacks.
I don't believe myself.
Fucking crams bad. River's a jack.
You don't have 5 points.
2, 3, 4.
That's not 5.
4.5, 6, 7, 4.8, 9, 5, 1, 2. 5.2. Fucking go.
Hey man, language.
Sorry. It needs to be raised to 7. It needs to be
Wes with the king-jack offsuit is going to raise, but HV next to act wakes up with a suited wheel ace and does find the 3-bet on his left. Tisch Money looking down at a real hand as well, but not enough to cold 4-bet or cold call. We'll fold the queen-jack of clubs. Action back to Wes if he wants to give action out of position, but hand does not perform very well out of position. Does decide to make the fold.
Thanks, HP. 9, 8.
About time I win a hand.
To me and B2.
Trying to say you would have done something about it?
Me and the best.
I actually was thinking about it.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
You were thinking about 4-betting.
B2 straddle. If it folds all the way to me, I'll rip it in blind, and we'll just flip it. We'll just flip for it.
Yeah, he was thinking about 4-betting the big blind and
No?
button.
I'd probably get a card above an 8.
All right.
All right.
But yeah, queen jack would hit.
ATM on the free roll. 8-3 folded by B2. Folds around to Patrick.
Pretty much.
Offsuit ace wheel on the cutoff, and obviously heads up in the net game. Your opponent has folded. Jack 9 suited on the button. Gotta make it at least 50 to go.
Oh, yeah.
And just like that, net game over.
No defenders. ATM takes it down, and B2 will have to pay out that nit tax once again.
Fast play on
Can't with the knit game.
Oh yeah, you had the button.
I had the button. Got a fast play. Fast.
You're right. I might have done something if I realized he had the button.
Mm-hmm.
But that's different because I would have closed the action. Was that the end of the Nick game?
Oh, it was.
Wow, splash pot again.
That was the end.
Back to black. Almost like ATM's shirt, the AC/DC, back in black, and there you see the AC/DC.
Maybe, yeah, actually.
Hard to say.
Seems like our screen DC'd as well for a second there, but we're back.
Good raise, Matt.
Oh, we got a double splash. Double splash.
I thought I was gonna get a heads up, but you know. It is what it is.
Check.
Check.
Ace high board, good for Patrick here.
Check.
King of clubs does offer some chop outs here for ATM. Wes also with the backdoor 2-pair draw. And chop pot for the 2 aces in this spot. Board pairing 6 is going to save ATM from the
Oh, you river rat.
scoop.
That's it, that's it.
Thank you,
I gotta chop it with anyone.
Appreciate it.
We were just talking about how it sucked out. I knew that one time.
Yeah.
With that runner.
Now we're even.
Now we're even.
What a sick hand. What a sick bluff.
Mmm.
Hey man, we made some money off that splash pot. Plus you raised it, juiced it 30, got all these clowns to get in there.
Wes up over 6,000. Tisch Money 3.4, 2.2 for Patrick, ATM 1,000, and Mo just barely in the green. Everybody else down, and they're down quite a bit.
Dude, I will never forget.
Ethan got essentially half his initial buy-in back.
Aces against that one dude who had a set of 8.
On the right track. And a limited amount of time to do it.
All the way down. He literally
Do stream 4 days out of the week, 5 hours each time we do stream.
And then when I bet, go all in. Snap all in.
Sometimes the players do elect to play afterwards as well,
That's 2 or?
Yeah.
once the cameras turn
It was
off.
8-6 Rambo. I had aces here.
Maybe some of them leave, maybe some of them join the floor games. I stepped out earlier.
That guy knew.
Some of our other stream regulars playing a big private game in the back right now.
Yeah.
Always good seeing
I could
some of those friendly
once on
action
3 times.
faces, names. Tune on back here Wednesday and Thursday for some of those players. It's high stakes Hold'em this Wednesday and Thursday. And tomorrow night, high stakes PLO. Rainbow completes on the turn. 6 is still out in front and will remain so. B2 stabs from the big blind. Gets the best hand to fold. Do we see an ace high hero call? We do not. B2 responsible for the nit tax last round. Won't be responsible for it this time. He takes it down.
You're not going to lose it a 3rd time this stream.
That's one of the best things and you get shifted to the double tower and then take a bad beat.
He's been dishing out those bad beats today.
It's about time, right? It's about time.
Flopping, he's been flopping shit.
Stuff pulling the ball. Tish shit out the river.
Oops.
Wes going to be squeezing with the suited Queen 9.
No, you don't.
Multiple suited Jack 10s involved in this hand, and Ethan now looking down at Ace 10 of clubs. So a lot of 10s accounted for. Ethan making that 3-bet.
Still no set, no bet.
Lots of hands that could feel priced in to call here. Patrick going to be folding his Jack 10. 4s also mucked. So it looks like Wes, the initial customer, is actually out of there, but B2 sticking around with his suited Jack 10 of hearts.
I had to fold one and I won one.
tap twice. Only you.
King high board with 2 clubs. Ethan smashing it.
Ethan.
Gonna be hard for B2 to continue. Ethan, of course, just rips it in B2's face. About a pot-sized bet left behind. B2 cannot make the call, and Ethan taking it down again with the suited ace-10.
Fair fight.
Yeah. Cholesterol's been getting there today.
Good thing he got ATM out of that pot, because ATM certainly would not have folded bottom set of 4s.
Squeezed you out.
I know.
Yep.
Broncos.
Oh, I'll put the 12 out.
44, man. Flush probably got there. That's how I like to look at it.
40. I said 40.
Oh, I'm sorry, 40. 40 from
HV goes to 40. Suited connector, a hijack.
B2 making the call with the suited king. Jhonathan making the call with just the ace. And Patrick will defend his straddle with the dirty 5 deuce offsuit.
Seven, 6. Turns open-ended. Patrick first to stab. And B2
Just sweating this game.
with the best of it. Connects with the 8. Great kicker.
B2 not a folder, and HV is going to connect on the river with a little bit of help. Does catch a pair. Patrick is going to have to tell a pretty convincing story to get folds out of these 2 players, but I think just knowing that his 2 opponents are relatively sticky, doesn't want to fire that barrel. And B2 is going to take it down with the king 8.
B2 playing some heat now.
Nuts.
Is December like anything special? Like November is like November.
It's Christmas, bro.
It's Christmas, bro. It's the last month. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's
No, he's
Christmas,
talking
it's
about, like,
Kwanzaa,
he's talking
it's
about
Passover.
November.
Pick a religion, it's special.
Nothing I can think of. Nothing I can
Double,
think
double.
of.
It's the last month of the year.
Let's make something tonight, guys.
No, he's talking about no nut November. So he's like, what is
Have
December?
saran wrap?
You can nut.
Do you have saran wrap?
I need some saran wrap.
Jeez, that's a weird ask. What
You
is
need
it?
it. Yeah, you need. No.
Can I get a water, please?
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
No, we're not kidding.
Thanks.
We're not kidding.
Actually, no.
Can I get
I'm sorry. Can you get 2 feet for Tisch?
Arnold Palmer.
We need
He actually need it.
2 feet. The stickiest kind of saran wrap that you have.
Cling wrap, yeah, the cling wrap. Clings itself. Yeah, clings itself.
Isn't that the same thing?
Well, they made a version.
Are we going to
that sticks to
saran
itself.
wrap them into the
Originally it
chair?
didn't
Is
stick
that
to
what's going to
itself.
happen?
Is that the one that they got?
Cling wrap is the one that.
Clean wrap is the one that sticks
Clean.
with it. When is saran wrap sticky?
Mo
Is the brand.
joined the stream late, filling a vacated seat, but he's getting very active,
Probably still by Saran.
trying to make the best use of his time here. Misses the flop. Did 3-bet it pre.
He used to stick really good.
Jhonathan, flopping best.
So if he had like a paper plate or something.
I remember that's hard to like
Mo turns it though.
take out and then like put on stuff.
Another heart rolls off. Only heart in the hole is B2.
Folds on it. Oh, it's just like.
And now you have to peel it apart.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Cling wrap is so tilting. You know what we should, instead of saran wrap? Have you seen those like plastic boxes that they put over chips, like in high stakes games? Like if they get up
Mo goes big.
and they go to the bathroom.
300 into 423.
They're coming with like the whole case.
Those are
Gets it done.
Mix all the shit in the case. But I don't know what they call what he's talking about.
It's just like a plastic box.
They do have some planes, so some.
Nice hand on hand 69 there.
Birdcage.
Well, a birdcage is for sure like when there's, is that what it's called?
Is that
like
called birdcage?
And they had like,
I think
And
whenever they're
they'll
using
actually
them,
let people play over it.
Play over the top of somebody and then just like caging in their chips.
caging them.
yeah.
They do it a lot in baccarat, I see, still, and blackjack sometimes, if people have a lot of chips out in there.
Did they just score?
There's a raise to 30.
No way. They just scored. Jeez, this is gonna be a shootout. What the?
I don't even know how to.
How did that?
Are back, huh? Sorry, I'm just kidding.
Wes with the blind raised to 30, as he's done all night and all previous nights on stream here.
It's probably going to be a blind raise and then a 3-bet in the light, though, from Wes.
Yeah, so the graphics are going to say that Mo is the 3-better here. Makes sense. Suited Queen 9, pretty strong up against a blind hold.
This be a big miss. Miss it.
But Wes is holding no longer blind, strong enough to put in that 4-bet. Makes it 2:55 to go. Mo, of course, on the button, in position against Wes, not going to be making the fold. Taking a flop with about 520 in the middle, and pretty nice action flop here now. Overpair of 8s for Wes versus Mo with 2 overs and a flush draw. Could definitely see some action here. Wes looking to deny equity and get some protection for his 8s, but Mo certainly not going anywhere on this flop.
Uh-oh.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Over arrives, and now Wes in dire straits at this point. Hand not going to get better unless he drills one of the last 2 8s in the deck.
Revenge month.
Wasn't paying attention to where they were pre-flop, so they could even already be gone. Mo is going to wisely check this back, though. I think this is a really great play against a player like Wes, who might feel inclined to either bet for value or as a bluff on the river if he's completely missed. Mo planning on calling down with his top pair, but once Wes does decide to check, I think he can pretty confidently assess that Wes has some kind of showdown value. Wes usually not one to let pots like this go into the night, so Mo is going to try and bet out for some value.
What are we trying to do here?
He wants to wrap up his chips.
If that's 300, I love the sizing.
He's done. He's
700. All right, so it's actually it's pretty big. It's bigger than I thought. My thinking was that if he goes a little smaller here, definitely can target some of those lower pairs of Wes's, target that value range, and certainly get a call from it with the slightly smaller sizing, but does choose to go for maximum value here. Targeting the top of Wes's range, something like pocket jacks, pocket 10s, who doesn't necessarily believe Mo's caught the queen.
Play in the morning, play
You guys
at
are
lunch.
DJs.
5 cent, 10 cent.
And I'm not really sure if Wes is going to be playing better hands this way either.
It's the never-ending gas.
Chatter ready to go.
Don't know if he's going to be playing aces, kings, ace, queen, king, queen, etc. in this type of manner, checking twice, especially with the flush draw on board. So Mo's got to know he has the best hand here.
flag.
And Wes does make the call. Big sizing pays off, and Mo is going to get max value out of Wes's 8s. Nice hand.
Is a new sheriff in town. See how much serious it gets when Mo gets here? Everyone's like,
Yeah.
mind your P's and Q's.
There's a new sheriff in
There's a
town.
new sheriff in town.
Yeah.
Damn it.
All right, unwrap.
Got him. No, now it's actually wrapped. No, unwrap. Can't do that again.
Tower of Power starting to be chipped away at.
You like it?
I like it.
Still 7,200 in front of Wes. Not too long ago, he was north of the 9K mark. Gave some of it back to Ethan. Some of it is gone to that 8 seat of Mo.
Coach. Can't tee you up this time.
There's plenty of jokes about Wes wrapping it up, locking it up, but we all know that's not the case. They know the same thing.
Wes's chips always in play, whether it's hand 1 or hand 100.
Seat 1 adding to 100.
I haven't started yet.
Oh.
Put it to time.
Told you.
7-5 deuce
shades. You got
rainbow.
better luck, bro. You run good. No shades.
9 deuce. Flopping best.
I don't need those shades.
You don't need them. Let us stare into those eyes.
Jhonathan going to fire out a barrel, quickly called by the bottom pair of HV. Quickly checked as well.
No. Come on. Come on, Bo.
Fake straight gets there for Jhonathan. River that he could certainly try and bluff on, but just wants to give up and check it down. Doesn't think HV will necessarily fold.
I thought you were going to check raise, to be honest.
And to be fair, HV's probably not folding a 7 there, so fair enough check back. Really like, from a hand ago, I actually really, now that more that I think about it, I really like Mo's sizing, mainly because he wanted to go bigger to make his bet look like a bluff, and Wes is the exact kind of player who can sniff out those bluff sizings and make those types of calls. So really good for Mo playing the man and not necessarily the ranges, so to speak. I think that's a very good call from him to get max value.
Okay.
Ace king jam into like king to ace.
It was a bonus
It's okay to
for
start
the
off.
football promo.
We need, if we're gonna play a
Only
big one, it
Champions
needs to be like somebody, one of us needs to punt. You know, one of us needs to punt. Otherwise, it's not like coolers are.
What about king and ace?
It's like gets old.
It doesn't have yellow on my book.
I mean, like.
Oh.
Man, I would have limped anything if I knew y'all guys were going to limit it to
Check.
12.
Fringy.
ATM's turn with the 7-4,
Tisch is on lockdown.
Lock it up.
taking it multi-way.
Check to the raise. To the raise.
Whole bunch of nothing. 7-4 gets there. Spades starting to come in for B2. Raises it up. ATM couldn't have folded quicker.
Oopsies.
I found out where it was.
Spades.
Where was that? Thank you. Somebody had it.
Button move.
Bet to find out where you are, huh?
No, to find out where it was. Not where I was. Somebody slow played.
There it is.
Got big one more.
Found it.
I had a 4.
That big one.
Somebody slow
Top
played.
set and not straight. Like last time we played. The very big last
Very, very early, right? Very, very last.
very big last hand that we played. Me and top
You
set.
fold that hand.
Yeah, of course I fold. Can't win. Top set. No, that was-
So sick.
and the heart redraw too. No, no.
Only the second nut.
Yeah,
No,
no.
no, redraw. I was going to bluff with the heart.
You can turn your top set into a bluff on the heart.
That's like some GTO shit, bro.
That is definitely not GTO.
I mean, because not.
Whoa, what the fuck?
No credit. And you got to wheel over the queen jack. You know? Huh?
4 players to the flop here. 7's not mad about this flop. Gut shot to go along with the pair in the hole. Nut low club draw for HV. Finds the check raise out of the big blind. Middle pair of B2 out of the way. Double blocking the 7-9 here. But does like to get off of it. Not closing the action. Now Wes closing the action, but out of position. Check raise to multiple players, super strong.
Thought it would work. Yeah, I got one card out of them. I got one card.
Big draw, big draw.
It's going to be.
Big draw is right.
Thank you. I was scared.
3 high flush draw.
Were you going to shut it down?
Biggest of draws?
No.
Not low draw?
Triple? Triple barrel.
You have to do it. You have to leave me.
Sometimes don't you?
Not looking good, Scott. Not looking good.
You think so? Yeah. Looks like a good game. Oh, yeah. Here's what happened. Start playing the cord. Digger. Yeah, no kidding.
2 calls. 3 calls.
Mo suited king jack raising to 40 and ace jack in the big blind for Tisch Money. Has knit button.
Raises 270.
Obviously he's gonna lift it up. 275. Mo calls, and so do the 6s of Wes on the button.
There are 3 of you. Oops.
Nearly 900 in the middle. Sixes still have the lead here.
3 checks. 3 players.
But now open-ended for Tisch, and Mo hits it right in the guts. Turns the straight. Be a much different hand if this was the 10 of diamonds. But Tisch does find a lead here.
The lead will pay no dividends on this turn, unfortunately. Mo minimum calling, but that's not a call, that's a raise. And I think this hand is over right here. Tisch does have the open-ended straight draw and has removal to the nuts with the jack in his hand, but if Tisch chooses to spring the trap now, bad timing. And Tisch could be willing to represent a hand like King Jack here, but he decides to just let it go, not take the variable route. Luckily for him, good decision. Mo with the stone cold nuts. Having a great session so far, taking down multiple massive pots.
On the river.
Chips. Barrel.
Barrel. Just kidding. No. That was a joke. Might be soon.
Oh, no. Oops. That is good.
Yeah. Sometimes you control yourself, right?
Double straddle is on.
Wow, you both got 30.
Players folding, but not ATM.
125.
Raise 125.
Not HV. 125 to go. King, queen on the button. Offsuit gapper. Good enough for ATM to call. Ace, queen, yeah.
Dreams die pretty hard on a flop like that. Kind of hard to speculate and mess around when this is the board. So should be a pretty easy takedown here for HV. Wes will, of course, try and put up some resistance, but HV will be doing, at a minimum, calling. Oh, wow. HV does make a very disciplined, pretty tight fold with the queen and the king. HV scratching his head as Wes shows down the 5 high, drawing stone dead, but good enough to take down the pot. Wow. Heads up play from Wes. Looking at the numbers, Wes still our big winner by far, almost up 5,000, 4,500. Tisch nearly winning 3K, and Mo, late addition to the stream, but third on the leaderboard. Still, of course, a rough night for those closer to the bottom.
Bad play by me.
Average 10 against you. Work.
Pokemon Go in chat asking if this is an actual live game or nah. Yeah, this is live with delay. This was played out about 45 minutes or so ago. When we don't have big tournament series going on here at Champions in Houston, we typically stream Monday through Thursday. If it's not Monday through Thursday, then it's Tuesday through Friday. Board pairs itself on the bottom end. Double flush draw board for nobody. Also late to seeing Gary Ellerman in chat, saying what's up in the booth. Always great seeing Gary in chat and especially in the room. Assume he's on his way to work. Always sweating the action on the way or at work.
Yeah, there you go.
That's 215.
King high versus ace high here. Ace high finds the call.
Wow, Jhonathan, nice call, nice hand. Scooping in an almost $750 pot. Uses his instincts and makes the correct call there.
Cookie jar Tisch.
Tried bluffing someone with a knit button and it did not work out. Knit button trying to bluff another knit button. Deadly combination.
No, that's disrespectful. That's exactly what I had.
Oops. I thought I had hearts.
I mean, you can't win if you don't try.
I thought I had hearts. Oh, you can take the diamond. I misread my hand.
Like a king high flush. That would have been a hard hand to beat. You're right about that. Would have been a hard hand to beat.
Tisch trying again with another king high this time. B2 is going to make the smooth call on the button with the beautiful 5-4 suited.
Alright, enjoy the 12.
And ATM defends his straddle with the 7-3 suited. And pretty good flop for ATM, all things considered. Flopping both players dead, pretty much. Tough to get better than that. B2 is now drawing to runner, runner, straight flush, and that and only that. Tisch Money with some other runner, runner outs, but should be a just call here from ATM. Would have been halfway there for Tisch Money, but good that he's not in there. He certainly would be paying now. Count out the chips, stack out the bet. There will be a snap fold.
Yeah, fun over Got it.
Oh my God!
Wow! Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Whoops.
Flopped it.
Must be nice.
7-3 gets there.
I agree with you. It's better to flop it, right? It's better to flop it.
You were worried on the jack that he might have turned jack's fold?
Yeah,
I thought he filled up, dude.
I felt it. That's why I stalled a little bit on the river.
It was a good play.
Yeah.
Yeah, our only hope down here is flopping the shit out of the tanky hands, and then these guys just walk right into it.
Yeah, just hope
At least we know
B2
our
just
strength.
fires.
Wes again, blind raise. Another very playable hand.
Bluff, B2, bluff.
Take it 9.
After I called the 175, you're done.
It'd be so cool if you would take a raise there. Ooh. You just fold it, baby. Oh no.
Lots of queens, lots of jacks, lots of fives headed to a flop, and none of those hands really like that one very much.
Got shot Broadway draw for both the queen jacks, and 7-4 gets there. So does 5-4.
What is it?
Bottom pair.
7 bet?
Wes is holding the 4, so it makes sense.
6.5?
Yeah. 6.5.
And if I didn't mention it already, bottom pair is the only pair, and he pairs it again. Trip fours.
I mean, it's a minute. We got 2 minutes left.
Not sure he's going to get a call from queen high this time.
High score game for the Browns.
Jhonathan
Like,
found the ace high hero
Under
call
super low,
a
too.
few hands ago, tries to find the queen high hero.
Correct.
No hero today.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Wes,
5-4.
very rare for him to be that deep into the Nick game with no removal of his button, so makes right on that prediction from earlier in the stream. Not going to lose the Nick game. And it's down to Tisch Money and Patrick, who are now both significantly deep at this point. So if the two remaining nit buttons do get into a hand, there is the potential for a big chip clash. Much different dynamics if, say, B2 were the holder of the nit button, considering he is short stacked to the table.
There's 30 from C3.
That's a good call.
You made a good call. You know, you might get it next time.
Tap the table, nothing you can do. 90.
We need Jameis to do Jameis things.
LeBron? Gotta kill him that I got a bigger laugh.
Suited king for HV.
Stewing inside.
Shaking his head after saying B2, jam it in. B2, short stacked here. Let's let graphics catch up. Ethan's got ace king. Isolates. Comes over the top for 2.8. Call it 2.9. Let's round up.
Really not interested in letting anybody else see a flop for any kind of price, so it is just going to be a coin flip with eights slightly in the lead.
Okay. What's it, 422?
I had your queen. I had queen 9.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Ethan with a pro move, trying to count out the bet right now.
Prepay.
Prepay just so that he can flop the ace or the king.
Misses. Does have diamonds covered.
We've seen many a backdoor flush made today. Let's see if we can find one more. Lots of outs now for Ethan. That's not one of them. And B2 scooping in the all-in pot for the first part of the double. At least we'll keep half his chips. And there's the run it twice. There's the ace. Chop it up, boys.
Rip it.
Oops.
Club.
No clubs for either player.
Chop it up.
Guys, we're playing Guess Who?
No clubs.
Chop it up.
I'm starting to fall more on team rip it nowadays when I play poker. That's probably the tournament poker in me, though.
HB's money.
Who needs 2 flops or 2 turns or 2 rivers? Let's just get it over with, one and done. Cards fall how they may.
Yeah, I know quite a few people fall into the once or thrice camp. 1 time or 3 times. That way there's at least a winner.
I'll go once or twice depending on the preference of who I'm playing with, because if there's someone who's very insistent on going twice or they look uncomfortable with going once, then I'm fine with deferring that choice to another player. I don't want to make the game unfriendly in any sort of way, but if the choice is on me nowadays, it has been a one-time affair.
Understandable. I like it.
I won't enforce that on others if they really need to go twice. B2 with the smallest open of the night to 40. That's a little joke. Nice little 1-3 game.
Double straddle is on. So 1, 3, 6, 12, 40, and both the straddles come along.
And they both have reasonably nice hands, suited ace and suited jack respectively. Nice connection on this board for HV with second pair. Really nice connection with HP with trips now. B2, of course, with the gut shots of Broadway, so is going to make that call. And the river 5 changing nothing, so just ace high versus the trip jacks, and that should get the job done for HV. One more barrel should take this pot down. It's just going to rip it in for B2's remaining short stack. And B2 does lay it down.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Gonna have the last dealer change of the night, I believe. And we mentioned it earlier, this hotel promo. Play 4 hours in a day, get a room for just $85. Play for 8 hours in a day and get your room completely free. Use code POKER10 when booking that. And the player appreciation free roll has been very popular the last few months. 25K free roll. Guaranteed in the money. $100 for anybody that qualifies.
But then we put the...
And guaranteed prizes for first, second, and third. And that's just for first, second, and third of the players with the most time played in the month than the free roll for the tournament itself.
But, you know, it works. Looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, where are you going? Nice. Are you getting married there? Okay. Where are you going?
Those having all sides, man.
It's been a while since you've been back.
No, I never been once.
Never been once?
Over 18 years.
Okay, but you have been to Vietnam. It's like, you're from Vietnam?
Yeah,
or,
yeah,
But I don't know if you were born here or not. Yeah. I was like, wait, I've been to Vietnam more times than
when I was
HP.
like, I moved here when I was 11.
Fair enough. Enjoy it, man. Have fun. Good time of year to go. It'd be a little chill.
It's Asian New Year. So.
Asian New Year, yeah. Where's your family there?
Southside.
Southside? Okay.
Yeah, Saigon and
Saigon, yeah. And around.
8 races, 200.
I was in Saigon the day that first.
$12 straddle on again. Jack 10 calls the straddle. 10-8 raises. Queens.
5 city blocks.
Go to 200.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Gets it heads up. 10-8 out of position.
Oh, okay.
In the mountains. Even in the hot of summer, it's like nice and cool.
Gut shot for the 10-8.
Yeah.
Checks it over.
Sort of the copper.
One overcard to the queens. 2 spades out there.
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. Too much fun. The rice wine is nuts.
Check, bet, call.
You don't still do that?
It was something I did. Something I did with college. So it runs a microfinance program. So
Double flush board.
company and
When the ace pairs itself like that, Mo's got to be feeling pretty good,
business school at UH.
especially when you find all 3 aces. Aces full of the queens in the hole. And Ethan could be leading with any boat here. You're not worried about kings. Kings would have played back pre-flop.
They had a weasel too, so I had a lot of that weasel coffee.
You're not worried about quads.
Expensive coffee, pound for pound.
That's just a
Weasel.
we can pay.
The weasel.
But you do want value
Really?
The weasel
from a
has
jack
magic digestive tract.
that called
That doesn't
on the
mess with
flop.
beans.
It the opposite. It like roasts them naturally. It,
Really?
We at least see the quads.
Mo with a small raise and a snap fold from Ethan.
If you order it in like New York or Dubai or something, you'll pay $20, $25 a cup.
Wow.
Do like that small raise as well.
Weasel coffee.
I don't know. It's actually got some Vietnamese name.
Given Ethan's stack, if he rips it in,
It's probably got a.
you can
Look up weasel
think
coffee.
through and maybe just find the fold. Don't want to be raised, but could easily get additional value out of plenty of hands there.
It's good, but like honestly, it's worth just paying for it when you're in a place that serves it. Like get the novelty, pay for,
Right.
whatever it costs one time, and yeah.
24.
Straddle. Unlimited straddles.
Believe this is the third straddle of the night.
Patrick and I are getting
And queens again for Mo. He didn't even have to show it down last hand, but back-to-back queens. It's unreal.
He bumped that shit up.
Raises to 100.
Mo call.
6 all in.
Ace King jams. 375 effective. Quick call by Mo. You can see that singular $1 chip as his call.
I'm just knocking $1 back.
Oh shit.
Ducks, quack quack, baby. Quack quack.
You can't have aces. What the fuck?
Same hand, right?
King.
Y'all both have aces? Boom. Who's got 6, 7?
9 high, 2 diamonds.
What's the difference? You said it's a diamond. The deuce of diamonds.
Hurry up. 4 then. Oh.
No diamonds for either player here. And a safe singular board for the queens of Mo. Back-to-back queens. gets it done.
Let me snag $1 out of that box.
$1?
Yeah, $1.
That's between you and Mo.
Not for the strap.
This is my favorite hand. I like this one.
You can. It's just Mo won the pot, so you gotta just clear with it. I'd give you one, but I don't even have any dollar chips.
No. I actually.
Yeah, you get one. He gets $1 back.
I straddled 24 to put in.
Ah.
Yeah, no, I
It
wasn't
was
just like
12,
asking for the chip.
24.
Yeah. Got you. Straddle was 24.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just give him 1,000 and then.
Yep, last hour. Unlimited straddles.
Come
I'm
on.
not just going around stealing chips from you, I promise.
Oh, no.
I thought you were like trying to get $1 more so you could straddle this hand.
No.
I was like, you can't. You just gotta talk to Mo about it.
Yeah, you're like,
He's
that's
pretty cool. He'll probably give you $1.
You're like, that's between you and Mo. I'm like, yeah, I mean, kind of, but.
It's actually between you and the dealer. You're right.
Yeah.
That's 18.
Miles Garrett.
All-terrain vehicle?
Yeah.
All what?
Terrain?
All-terrain vehicle. Okay.
Like a four-wheeler?
Yeah. There you go dumping. What does that mean? Oh, that kind. The news is some very interesting topics tonight.
180.
9
folds. 6 folds.
Ace 10 for HV, and Ethan's been trying to get something going after felting to Wes not too long ago. He's going to make it. How much to go? For 500? 500 to go from the Kings out of the straddle.
Pretty big 3-bet here. If I'm remembering correctly, what was HV's open? 180. So, yeah, decently big. It's not too big in all things considered. Actually, I thought HV opened to 120, but 180. This is definitely a reasonable size. Looking to go a little more than 2.5x here. Oh no.
What's twice?
Oops.
The wince of pain on HV's face. He knows he stepped in it again. 5-bet rip, and Ethan once again snapping it off with the premium after having it shoved in his face. Can Ethan's premium hold this time? Yes, it can. About as clean of a flop as you can possibly ask for. Still an out for HV. Not over till it's over, but
Jack River. That's what he's looking for.
safe. Kings hold nuts on the river.
21.
And Ethan doubling up through HV. HV was also looking to get something through after having a couple of rough, large pots, but Ethan staying patient and catching the right customer is going to double up, get some revenge for his earlier pot, and should be fully out of the hole now.
Definitely so. And HV just further in it. Rough night for HV.
Took my lucky chip.
Was that your lucky chip? The
white.
Damn. Yeah, Mo's right. He normally gets the kings.
Yeah.
He's normally flopping a set of kings. I mean, I've seen him do that one so many times. It's nice of you to share the luck, though. I mean,
very generous.
He's been patient. He's a nice guy. He can take one, you know? He can get a double, too, sometimes.
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 This guy could be a brush.
Pick it. Oh.
Yellow, please. Yellow. Just one.
Good defense. One more.
One more.
Tie fold. 10 of spades in the market.
I don't know how the other one didn't pop out, but
Shit happens, dude.
glued together.
What's up?
I knew that's what you were doing.
Nine cards.
Action complete on this river. Jhonathan with the best of it, flopping a king and staying best. Mo evaluating options, just holding the ace high. Jhonathan is going to lead out for 150. Giving a great price for Mo. I think Mo may just flick in with the ace high to see what he has in this spot. Maybe not really expecting to be good, but getting a almost irresistible price with any two cards, really. But he does make the disciplined fold. Saves himself the extra cash.
All right, Patrick, let's get this done. Get this done together.
No, I'm trying.
What do we gotta do? I don't know if we're gonna have enough time for another one. At this rate. Oh, whale. Oh, whale.
At the close of this hand, and then maybe we'd have time. If not,
Even then, it might be kind of close.
yeah, it's kind of close, but
90-handed.
HV opening up the King 8 suited. Ducks making the call, and HV just can't get away from having the same hand as Jhonathan. They're just compelled to have the exact same two off-suited Gapper Broadway type hands. No flop straight possible this time. However, a pretty significant lead for Jhonathan's King 8 of diamonds here, flopping the nut flush draw. Ethan's Ducks get out of the way pretty quick after a continuation from HV. Looks like it went continuation, fold, call.
Matt, the good news is for you.
And the 10 of hearts,
Definitely go for two.
probably a better card for HV's range, but does decide to just knuckle it back.
Yeah, you're right.
And if it goes check, check,
That is true. I didn't even think about that.
third time's the charm, third time's the chop for these two.
Crazy.
And every single time, one of the players has had a free roll.
I folded the winner.
flush draws that never come.
Extremely tight. Come on, V, bet the
The
river,
chat
you
is
win.
popping off now. Like, what's he doing?
What?
They're popping up right now. The chat.
Revenge week. It's gonna be fun Wednesday.
What's happening Wednesday? Oh, the game.
Revenge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything different than the normal Wednesday, or just
HB on tilt.
Revenge week.
Oh,
Revenge week HB.
It worked last week.
Wow.
Are they needling you still, HV? Are they still picking on you?
Sometimes.
Let me know if you need me to say anything.
Man got you.
Can't take any shit
This guy's
from
got
these
your
guys.
back.
What's the perfect scenario when you fight that glove and then you get snapped? That's the best feeling.
You hate to see it.
I love to see it. Actually, turn it on the ice.
Drawn dead out. Pretty good.
You had diamonds?
No, I had them all earlier.
Oh. I thought you meant on that hand. I was like, shit.
Keep saying he went from drawn dead on the flop.
yeah.
Pretty good.
Hey.
HV not folding to the bluff from Patrick.
I'll play the board.
Oh no, he's got an 8.
No chop. Nominated.
River to 8 going to do the trick for HV.
Dominant.
Nominate the Octo Crab. Octo Crab.
Octo poker.
That's what you're opening, huh? It's just 62 with you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
62 with you now. I can see.
We need a touchdown.
It's refreshing to see you play number cards for a change. I've seen fucking nothing but monsters over there for the last 3 times we played, so I'm just relieved to see you play number cards.
What are we doing? Are you 3?
Blind 50.
I'm 6. He's 12.
But you're the big blind.
Yeah, I am. I'm
Oh,
under the gun now, yeah.
You was just a 6, yeah.
I was just the 12, actually.
Or 12, that's what I
That's right.
yeah. The last straddle. that we-
Straddle.
I've seen HV play something lower than ace
Second West
queen
is
and
making
weeks.
this.
I think it's a straddle, right?
No, it's a 50.
Blind 50.
You can't.
He's got a double mine.
I thought it was unlimited.
It's a blind 50.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not a strudel.
Wow.
So for these guys, you've been playing it, still asking his stories.
I tried to make it pretty obvious.
Is that
I had
a
30 out there. I
straddle?
thought that would be confusing. So I made it obvious. Pushed all lines.
Are you straddling?
Annoying. Flip tilting. I had a bad hand.
Big hand for ATM.
There he is.
Wes opening up the 7-5
Two ways.
from the under the gun position. But ATM waking up with the aces, finding the dream squeeze spot, and will not receive any action for his troubles.
These guys? Alright, nice hand.
I was bluffing.
Let's go.
Easy enough.
Oh, you had it?
I had it. Shit.
A little less sauce, dude.
Defense.
A little less sauce.
Look at the PFRs. Raising when entering pots. Most of the players doing that. Very high rate. And then what matters most, Wes Still on top, 4.6. Mo, 3.4. After joining the stream late here. Tisch, third place.
Zoom right now.
They're doing Zoom.
Waiting for the 90. They're ready.
Split field, really. Some of these streams, it can sometimes only be 3 winners or 3 losers, but kind of split right down the middle, and not in small ways by any means. If you're winning big. If you're losing big. Just one of those nights. HV's down nearly 6,000, and other players down anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000.
Hey, can you rescan your cards? Take it out the box first.
Jhonathan waking up with something. We're not sure what it is, though. Looks like we have a bit of a card reader error. Jhonathan is going to just cold call out of the small blind with something or another. Get to sweat the mystery hand this time.
Once a mystery hand, always a mystery hand, unless we get it to showdown.
No, Wes. No hand plays itself. It's all about how good you play your hand.
Mystery hand looking good against 10 high and 6 high. I'll take my money on any other 2 cards.
Yeah.
1 player per hand.
Front door spades come in. It's a very good turn card for Mo. Does have the 10 of spades and turns open-ended.
Mo should, at a minimum, be firing this turn pretty much regardless. Looks like Jonathan's nothing was nothing. He couldn't call or defend. So Wes currently sitting with 6 high and a dream. Mo with 10 high and a dream. We'll take it down. There's a chance that 10 high was the best hand there, based on how quickly Jhonathan folded. So.
Dragged the pot in the end, so therefore it was the best hand.
Ethan said score, and
even if the high card wasn't good though, that
make it a 7-point game.
tons of equity on the turn.
Yeah.
Who do you have, ATM?
Broncos
Plus, how much?
minus 6.5.
Oh.
Yeah. Still very new.
Yeah.
Just about 10 hands left. Appreciate everybody sticking around, tuning in, watching this crazy deep stacked action. If you haven't already done so, make sure to drop a like and subscribe.
77.
Come on back tomorrow. PLO with the Stallions.
Yeah, I had a friend that was making a parlay.
Another 5-hour stream coming at you.
In the only game we did.
And then back to 2-card poker, Wednesday and Thursday. The stakes are higher.
Dead set on the Bengals. He's like, I'm going with my gut this week. You're normally right, but I'm going with my gut this week. Hit every other game on the slate.
I lost another.
Yeah.
How much would it pay?
Who would have paid like 37?
My,
How much did he pay?
I don't know. It wasn't parlay. It was like a 12-leg parlay or something. So
my last leg.
Something like that. Yeah.
My last leg yesterday was the.
Looks like some confusion on the straddles and
It was funny because he thought the Ravens were going to.
position of things.
Really?
Actually, we didn't agree on
Tisch Money looking down at a pretty good hand under the gun, but is going to just limp the king-queen offsuit. Interesting. I would think that is traditionally an open, but Mo will find the open with the king-10 suited.
Texted me that night. He's like, I'm never going against a word you say.
This hand is already just so weird to me.
Lots of strange interactions.
Wes would have been the blind 30, but I think he thought he was the $6 straddle there.
I'm fucking sticking with my
And Tisch implementing the limp back 3-bet, so strange hand gets stranger. Pretty sure Mo is also thinking the same thing. What the heck is Tisch's limp re-raise range? And he knows he's probably got pretty decent equity against it with a suited Broadway holding, so he's not going to be going anywhere.
Good news is they'll go for 2 points.
Tisch also taking some brief inventory of his stack just to see his effective stack size before the hand. Smart players do that, and that is a good flop for King 10.
That's the worst.
And honestly, not a bad flop at all for Tisch either, considering that his limp 3-bet range should contain a lot of ace type of holdings.
You'd rather them just turn it over.
Mo just worried is it contain exactly ace-ace.
You'd rather them score a touchdown.
If this is a standard floor game in Texas and you see someone limp raise under the gun and then the flop comes ace high, you're hating your life. But don't think that's going to be the case for Mo here.
No.
Now, for that very reason, aces is a hand that a lot of people put in a limp re-raise range under the gun, so I wouldn't be surprised if Mo elects to just call again if Tisch fires a second barrel.
Sean Payne's not a bitch.
I think it's one of those where you're just evaluating based off of the sizings here from Tisch.
Dude, they're gonna line up and try and fake snap.
And if Tisch is going to want to tell a fun story, it's going to have to start right now. We're going to need to see at least 600 or 700 fired into this pot from Tisch Money if we want to represent the absolute top of that range. But Tisch, once again, choosing a bit of a smaller sizing here, goes 350.
Huh?
Maybe there's an argument to be made that Tisch is trying to make his hand look like exactly ace-ace. And ace-ace doesn't necessarily want to scare off any value hands, so maybe it does take a small size. But
I would have done it before I saw the timeout. You waited
if Tisch wanted to go full polar, it would have been a bit bigger on this turn.
They were going to kick a field goal.
Table talk quite loud, but this action pretty loud as well. Oh, wow. Tisch Money. What a river card. Goodness gracious. How does he do it? Saved by a jack twice in the same night. Jack on the river will deliver another big pot to Tisch today. 1,700 in the middle. Massive range advantage. Got there in the most unexpected of ways. How much do you go?
It's a 20. No, but they could just take him to delay a game. It's a 27-yarder versus a 32.
11, 12, more.
Teams do it all the time. They literally take. No, for field goals, they do it all
Big.
the time. They take
Pot size bet. Snap call. Tisch Money.
They were.
Show it down. Mo making that face. I don't blame him. What a horrific river card for him. And Tisch scooping in a huge pot. Coolering Mo, taking down the new biggest pot of the night.
Man, you want so much money, you should probably pay the net tax for me.
Nearly 5,400.
This guy.
Running hot today.
Jack on the river.
The creative play pre-flop and then the deliberate sizings post-flop, honestly, trying to represent that exact portion of his range on the turn by not going super polar and then smashing the river and going full pot. Nice hand to Tisch.
I prefer kicking it from like 32 to 27.
You guys see that, dude?
New table captain.
Some like the trajectory of the ball. Some of them like
2 players with 7,000 in front of them.
Tisch with officially a larger stack than Wes, and at this point he should actually have a higher profit than Wes as well. Come on, Tisch Money, if you can hold on for just another 7, 8 hands or so, my prediction will come true, and you are the big winner of tonight with that pot.
2 words, always. If I didn't get there.
Not that it matters necessarily, but I take pride in those little predictions, even though they don't mean anything.
As you should, as anybody should.
I tried.
Although I have a feeling ATM might have beat Wes in the PFR as well. We'll have to see when we get to our final stats. But
It's all right. Tisch is really good at the river. Bro, you're really good at the river, dude. I don't know why you don't play more hands.
You play every hand to get to the river.
Just get to this. Hang in there, dude. Yeah. Hang in there.
3-bet less, call more.
Yeah. You keep it. Seriously.
So I'd like to order a Coke and a 2-out on the river. Bing. Bing.
I don't know.
Guys, the first week of 1 and think 7 streams.
Come on, come on.
You're not done yet.
Not done yet. I
Just
just
get
started.
started.
The saran wrap is not on the chips yet.
1 call. 2 calls. 3 calls. 200. 4 for 200. 5 folds. 6 calls. 8 folds. 9 folds.
All right, enjoy it, you filthy animals.
1 fold. 2 folds. 3 folds.
Heads up.
B2 flopping best here. HV juiced it pre.
Get him again.
And pretty quick call.
Think HV is going to know exactly where he's at after that quick call. That's just a kind of a live timing tell thing. But if someone calls you that quick on a paired board with one high card, there's no draws available. So I think HV wisely just going to very quickly knuckle the table. He knows exactly where he's at. Really far behind.
Good check back from B2.
Maybe give HV a chance to try and bluff at this pot, and B2 will probably not be folding. In fact, I can almost guarantee he won't be folding given the stack to pot ratio. I've seen stranger things tonight and other nights, but don't think B2 would be finding a fold on this river.
No way.
Not for that size. You saw the red chip sail across the screen, clipped by the edge of the camera. Snippety snap call for B2, taking down a nice pot off of HV.
Yeah, wow.
Sick throw, sick catch.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous to me, like, how, because obviously they're not looking at the ground, right? They're looking at the ball. Like, how do they know exactly within, like, inches of where they are? It's pretty insane.
That was sick. That was a sick catch.
Body control is ridiculous.
Ethan now looking down at a suited ace is going to open it up. And we do see that two more of those fours that accompany the ace are in Tisch Money's hands. Wes also making the call with 8-9 and B2 as well with the Queen-9. So multi-way to a flop we go, and it looks like a very low board is going to be good news for Tisch Money. Does currently have the best of it. And Tisch is going to check in flow, which makes a lot of sense, but this is a great board for pocket fours. I would be shocked if he folded at this juncture. Yes, your hand can improve, but boards don't get much better than this for a pair of fours pre-flop. Maybe call here and then evaluate turn, and Tisch does exactly that. Ethan's ace-4 of clubs in bad shape. Going to need some backdoor help or a pointy card from space. Not that one, though. Full house to Tisch Money. This hand is a done deal. Ethan does turn some showdown value, so is going to check it back. And that river deuce doesn't change a thing. Ethan now with removal to the wheel and to straights. Could think that his pair of fours is best if Tisch is trying to bluff somehow, but no bluff this time. Tisch spiking the last four in the deck to fill up. Honestly, Tisch is probably going to go big here. I don't think we really want to target medium-ish hands. Ethan should, in theory, have all of the over pairs here. Hands like ace-king really shouldn't be calling much of a bet anyways, so I like a pretty decently big bet on this river here. And he goes exactly pot, which is perfect. Pot-size bet on the river, exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to target weaker pairs, over pairs that have played in a bit of a deceptive way on a connected turn. I think a pot-size bet is pretty perfect, so love the way Tisch has played this hand.
4 5.
He's staring down the receiver.
Like 4 7s.
Staring him down.
Did he get not touched? No, he didn't touch him.
Nobody touched him.
What are you doing?
No touch. No touch.
What is he? Oh, he fell down. The receiver fell down too.
Got the bluff on that board.
More chips to the chip leader. Tisch Money taking down another nice pot.
You good? No. Not don't take yet. There's a minute something left.
You're way good, bro.
And garbage, they're gonna kick the extra point.
Wait, what just happened?
Yeah,
I was in ahead. Pick 6?
Yeah.
They have to
Oh.
go for it, get a touchdown.
But I'm saying garbage time touchdowns. They're already up by.
No, they also could kick a field goal because they have to get onside. If they, what is it, 6.5?
6.5.
So if he kicks a field goal,
Yeah.
which they may do.
Which they could do.
If they're on 4th down and they're
Correct.
field goal range, they'll kick it to get the onside.
Correct. They could do that. That's what I'm saying. You never know.
Actually,
Coaches do some weird shit.
Unlimited straddles on ATM for the rest of the night.
Wayo.
Action starting with Mo, looking down at 7s.
That's big. That's big.
I mean, they didn't call it, so there's no way they're going to reverse it.
Yeah.
Goes to 40 with them. Suited King 9 for ATM. Finds a call. 10-9 in there as well. 6s for HV and Queens lifting it up. How much? 275.
Lots of real hands here. And Ethan looking now down at ace queen of hearts. A lot of real hands involved here, actually. This could certainly be a spot where Ethan looks to find the cold 4-bet, and it makes some sense, thinking Tisch maybe trying to apply some squeeze from the big blind position. Has some squeezes, but
a little bit less.
Ethan in the straddle. Does 4-bet to 700 here. We're going to see folds out of 6s, 7s, and King 9 suited.
I'm not going to look.
Yeah, don't look.
Probably.
Wes, you got money in the King too?
No. I like my hand.
Cool.
Sorry, they were just over 4.
And Tisch now looking down at Ethan's stack. Ethan with that cold 4-bet to 700 is signifying quite a bit of strength, but Tisch has 2 queens. Definitely too strong to lay down. Not necessarily sure if I like the 5-bet rip here either. Yep. It could work, but in this spot, I think against the +1 straddle position, even though Ethan could in some worlds be putting on a squeeze play, I think that given the action and the fact that Mo opened from early position, really that's the most important factor this hand. He should not be light here at all. Oh my gosh, wow. Does put down the queens. Superhero fold from Tisch Money. Puts on his cape, and heroes aren't always right. Not right this time. Unfortunate, but I think Tisch put a really huge amount of respect on the fact that Mo opened early position, who's a solid theoretical player, puts on the 3-bet over a bunch of dead money with a big hand, and then to see Ethan put in that 4-bet,
He's got
Tisch must be assigning him a range of ace king plus aces or kings, and he has 2 queens, so it blocks the other most logical hand that Ethan could be doing this with. So really nice timing there for Ethan to pick up a huge pre-flop pot with no resistance from Tisch.
Was like 41.
And Tisch just told HV and Wes what he folded.
Come on.
You saw the reactions there. They're never folding those queens.
There's some configurations where I continue with that. That was not one of them.
And you hear some of the logic there, saying that's not the configuration I want to continue in the hand.
Even for this time. 100.
No pit, no pit. 100. No penalties. Oh, shit.
Two calls, heads up.
Queen nine. Bro. It's so sick.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
15? Oh yeah. Come on. Nice hand. Every time I've got the same suits as you.
Every time I have a hand, the same as Johnson.
I know. That's kind of weird.
King 8 and then 7 5, King 10. No, King 8.
Yeah, y'all had the same hand like 4 times? 3 times?
Yes, sir.
Spicy.
Yes, sir, I am. I don't want to look till all these boys act.
Come on, boys. Get a stop. Get a sack. Sack him. Sack him. No. Sorry.
You just call, Patrick.
It's such a. I hate garbage time. Fucking hate garbage time, dude.
Yeah, look how much kick the field goal, right?
Jameis threw for 500 yards? Throwing for 500 yards and losing is really bizarre.
A lot of times he's behind.
You know, even still, anytime when you throw for 500 yards and 4 touchdowns and you lose, it kind of sucks.
Yeah, 2 picks.
Giving up 42.
2 pick sixes. He's giving 14 points to the other team.
That is true. 2 pick sixes?
Looking down at this board now, and we've got action. We've got top pair twice and 2 flush draws. HV with the best flush draw of it.
Oh, no.
And we're still 3-handed going to a turn. Club would be dirty for some action. No action on the 4 of hearts.
The ref got money.
Patrick still with top pair and a flush draw. HV still with the flush draw. Jhonathan with the best hand currently, but a club would change everything, and for the worse for Patrick. How about another 10, though? Different kind of action card. Patrick's definitely going to pay this bet off now. Trip 10s for Jhonathan. Patrick going to be making this call. HV going to be making the fold, and a nice hand going down to Jhonathan towards the end of the night.
10. It's not on the 1.
Sick hand. Literally just pipped.
Anything inside the 10, they're not going to keep field goal. They're going to try and keep it.
Pipped by 1. It's got to hurt for Patrick.
And missed your flush draw, yeah.
Yeah.
Just play, right? Yeah.
Throw a pick.
No wonder.
Throw a pick. There you go.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Jameis doing Jameis things.
Congrats, bro. Congrats.
Spoiler alerts, if you didn't watch the Monday Night Football game.
That's sick.
All of this happened in the past.
I think that deserves a 25 right there.
Oh, hell yeah. 24.
24, yeah.
Thought so.
Just spoken into existence. Throw a pick.
I thought it was too.
It's 1-3, right? Oh, yeah.
I honestly thought the 10 was good too, though. That was very thin.
Right at him.
This is literally
it was a 5.
this is the most Jameis Winston game of all time. 500 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 3 pick sixes. There is no stat line.
No, there was a pick 6.
Or 2 pick sixes and a pick that got returned.
Yes, please, actually.
There's not a more Jameis Winston.
2.5.
Hand number 95. Looks like we have just about 5 or 4 hands left at this point.
Yeah, we river to 10.
Yeah, 5 hands to go from this point moving forward. Thank you again to everybody for tuning into the stream. It's been a great time hopping back into the booth. Looks like a lot of aces with a lot of middling cards attached to them in this spot.
500 yards and 4 touchdowns. Never going to be a terrible game. It's not good.
Fantasy-wise, you can, but even then, he's getting destroyed on interceptions and
Interceptions are -1
touchdowns, too.
What do you mean? 1 touchdown.
3 players and 220 in the middle.
2 interceptions for touchdowns.
Yeah, but
All spades, just the flop
on
nut
your-
flush
on
for
your-
Tisch Money.
Just the stones.
it goes against- I
No
think
chance
the
to lose the
points,
hand.
it's a touchdown. It's negative,
Unfortunately,
like,
probably
6.
no chance to make money on the hand either, though.
Do you use like Yahoo?
Yeah,
I've never seen
Yahoo.
that before. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I
Yeah.
was gonna say. Because on ESPN, I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
B2 gonna be floating with the 5 high flush
They hit 'em
draw.
for interceptions and touchdowns.
Yeah, just interceptions and fumbles are always -1 on these.
5 high flush draw, no good. Wheel draw now for B2, however. Could think that that would be his saving grace. And now is the point of the pot where I would definitely start exercising some deception as Tisch Money. Got this hand pretty much stone cold locked up. Really no reason to continue to barrel against this range from B2. B2 probably raises with a lot of his made flopped flushes here. And going big, we're really only targeting super high spades, and obviously we've got the removal to the high spade. Over betting the pot, however, gonna go pretty polar here. B2 mostly thinking about this because he does have a draw to the wheel. Might think Tisch Money is making a play with just the ace of spades, but if that's the case, then B2 is still behind of other ace highs, so we'll just let it go.
Drop it on the block. Flop it.
But if he did, you knew he was gonna hit that river. Flopped the nut draw that was gonna materialize on the river.
I want to do a triple shot. Straddling.
Yeah, sorry about that. Don't mind if I do.
Oh.
Wow.
Woo! Revenge.
Nice
week.
big one. Pass.
Hey, they said seat open over there.
Seat open for you?
Yeah, for you.
5 dues for HP, please.
I'm ripping it if I have 5 dudes right now. Good luck to somebody. You better have kings.
Good luck, bro.
Ace king no good?
Ace king is good. Have to be kings.
Has to be good.
Only Wes is king.
Better hope Wes doesn't get in there, bro, if you got kids.
What is that? What is that?
48.
It's a live 48, bro.
48?
48.
Oh, okay.
What is that? What is,
I needed to like calculate.
I have exactly 20 big blinds on one game and a 2 part.
You have 20 big blinds? Any ace?
Mo gonna be clicking out on up. Lots of elevated straddles on this hand number 96. Mo bumping it up to 150, and Wes waking up with a real hand, ace and a 10. Definitely gonna be calling here, which he does. HV looking down at his straddle and relinquishing a 10 no deuce. So 2 slightly more raggedy aces going to battle for this oversized pot, but a good little flop for Mo. Flopping top. Very hard to do with a7. Gonna be c-betting for value here. And I think Wes is going to be inclined to, at a minimum, find this call, given that he has ace high. Ace on the turn would be maximum action. 10 on the turn also would be good action. About 7-7 for Mo. Check mark delivered. Nothing changes on the turn really for Wes. Mo probably going to be continuing with a range of hands that is better than Wes's ace 10, so just going to be letting this go here, and he does.
7-4 is good.
Yeah. Should be good, right?
Thank you, sir. 48 open. Oh no, I have a big 100 big one, so it's not going.
100 big? I like 100 big poker.
That's what I've been doing all 100 big with.
Yeah.
Me
You want to try to fire those
on that
100K?
16.
Heads up?
Probably
No,
one of
no,
them.
with other people.
It's like $200 on one of them.
I know that's the one I'm like really.
It's like,
I still need to get that all set up. I didn't do it during break.
This weekend?
Yeah.
There's one this weekend, I think.
are they on the weekend?
I don't know.
Is beatable?
I just don't play online much.
I gotta double check.
One of them's a
I
multi.
do that when I go.
Yeah.
That's
I think it's
when I
this
have a big
weekend.
bad session, I just
You could probably
Straddles continue. 10s for Ethan.
24?
Holds to his cutoff. Goes 60.
Sometimes get excited, especially on multi-day.
Yeah.
Like the one day,
Super cheap one.
See one of his 10s in the muck now.
At least one fight.
Exactly.
Suited 8-7. The first of the straddles will defend. And Ace King will make this more than 60.
One more time. Let's see if Wes's Ace King can pay dividends after the flop.
275.
275 announced. Got to find a way to put the chips out there for it.
Good problem to have, though, when you have a monster tower and need to find the best way to deconstruct it
Yeah,
to
you're like,
3-bet for value.
Which chips do I want to use?
Ethan going to be going nowhere, of course. This will be at least a call. Probably a call. But for you listeners at home, don't listen to me when I say probably, because I've been wrong a lot tonight. Looks like that is a call from pocket tens. An ATM getting a price, seeing there's not many hands left in the night, says, let's go. Let's dance with these suited connectors. Knows he's behind, but doesn't really care. Looking to improve on a connected, middling type of flop.
Either hits his hand or can easily get off of it.
Shout out. Came to fruition.
Three-way action, hand number 97.
It's not over yet. Could still be up.
Ace 10 deuce. Magical flop for Ethan.
The case 10. We saw the 10 of diamonds hit the muck.
And honestly, if this pot doesn't get super inflated, I can see ATM floating on this flop as well, considering that the 10 of clubs is out there. His backdoor draw is very strong, thinking he could maybe cooler a hand like Ace King. Wes, of course, going to continue, and now Ethan really has to figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah, it seemed pre-flop like he almost didn't want ATM to come along, and that's why he was potentially considering that 4-bet pre, but 10's just not really a hand you can put in too many 4-bets with. Comes with just call here, not worried about multi-way action. We do lose ATM on the flop, and Ethan not electing to fast play against the diamond draw.
I think that's the right call, to be honest with you. Yes, it is possible that Wes could have some kind of king-queen suited combinations, other combos of hands that would have flush draws in them, but the fact that the ace of diamonds is accounted for removes a lot of those combinations. So Ethan wise to just call here. Only person he really needed to be worried about a diamond draw against was potentially ATM, and he's not in the hand anymore. Now Wes, of course, realizing that Ethan's continuation range should be pretty strong on this board and also contains a lot of diamonds. So it is probably going to go check, bet, call here, and then it's a question of what happens on certain rivers.
Yeah, super small sizing here. Same size as the continuation on the flop.
And I love it from Ethan. He's targeting exactly Wes's type of hand. Not really worried about Wes having a flush. Again, Wes doesn't have as many combinations of flushes in his range at the moment, except for maybe the king-queen suited squeeze. But another diamond on the board kind of sucks for Ethan. Worst possible run out for him, because now Wes does have a lot of bluffs that did just get there on the river. Snap, check, check, and set of 10's good. Action killing river certainly would have gotten more if there wasn't a fourth diamond.
Yeah.
Wes saving money on a cooler there.
Had a feeling that if another diamond rolled off, that Ethan would happily just check behind.
Of course he does, and that's the right play. Happy to take down the pot, but you can kind of see that look on his face. Not really satisfied with the fact that he sees his opponent turn over ace king. That's a spot where you're just destined to get it all if the run out is a bit more bricky. Turn deuce river king, for example, ship all the cheddar to Ethan. Or something similar.
It's a drawing hand.
Double up 2 times.
King on the turn.
You what? You win.
Yeah, it might be, but you were so thrilled to get a check that I don't. I mean, like it might not be, right?
Yeah,
like,
probably. Getting check jammed on if I bet. Fucking.
Yeah. You're just scared to get check jammed. You just jam yourself. You know how to get check jammed on you?
That is one way to do it.
Jacks now, first to act with a $12 straddle on. Just goes to 30.
Small open from Tisch Money here. Looking to invite a lot of players into this pot with that sizing. And he will get just that. HV not folding any 2 cards for this price, so we'll make the call. So unfortunately for Jacks, we are going super duper multi-way on this flop. And that's one of the worst things you could possibly see with pocket jacks pre-flop. Now, unfortunately for HV and for Wes, they both flop trips on this board, but both of them are almost certainly going to be chopping, and Tisch Money's jacks are drawing basically stone dead. Now Wes and HV very likely to be chopping this pot. In fact, guaranteed to be chopping this pot unless one of them rivers an out. Wes probably going to be coming in with a raise here for value with this 6 targeting HV's aces. HV going nowhere. Everybody loves a good chop pot, don't we?
Yeah, and that's another element to just a terrible night for HV is it seems like he's been in every chop pot. 3 of them being specifically with Jhonathan. So some of these hands, especially a strong hand like this, it's just rough. You're stuck the most and chopping one of your better hands of the night. 3-bet flop, sorry, 3-bet turn. HV trying to set things up for getting all the chips in the middle. If Wes doesn't do it for him now, they can get it in on the river. There it is from Wes. That's going to stack off.
HV not really happy with this spot at all, and who can you really blame him for? You can't blame him for this because he has a 3 as his kicker, right? It'd be another story if he had a hand like King 6, Queen 6, Ace 6, etc. But now he's just not beating any of Wes's value. In this rare instance, he is set up for a chop, but really tough to know that. Because Wes is basically representing exactly a 6 and a better 6 at that. And he does technically have a better 6, but just not enough to avoid the chop unless one of them boats up. River card 3 or river card 4 are the only ways that either of these two scoop this pot. But I'm not sure if HV is going to make this call. He knows what Wes has, which is a better 6. HV does stick in the call. Good call, HV. Should be a chopped pot unless disaster strikes on the river.
Come on.
Chop it up.
Ooh. You had to chop it up a lot, actually.
I have a 6.
How do you guys have
River
how do you both have a- Come on.
Come on, he said.
Come on. Come on.
I thought he had an ace.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I didn't see what happened. How did we show 3-6 offsuit, 4-6 offsuit? I didn't even watch the hand. How did that even find out?
Just a single raise pot. Price it, you know.
Casual, yeah.
Single raise pot.
Oh my god.
Nice hand, gents.
Alright.
Yeah. I mean,
Come on. Go back on the turn. Come on.
shouldn't have a 6.
Well, he was just trying to figure out if this kicker was going to play because it's hard to.
Come on.
Come on.
Snap ball.
Yep.
Hey, what did you take it for?
If you ever have 3 of them, you can't really fold, so.
Going through all the combinations.
That's like the juicy tank against the.
So what do you think you figured out at the very end that made him call?
Fuck it, I
He
guess.
realized he wasn't.
I'm stuck.
Oh, he isn't fucking called. That's it.
Astute analysis from the players.
It's just so sick because they're
Let's raise it up. Good luck,
all friends. They're just throwing needle after needle at HV.
And one hand to go. Hand 99 will be the last hand of our stream. Ethan raising it up with the ace-7 suited.
Like if he just turned 6-8 there.
And Wes waking up with a monster 3-bet time.
Wow.
For blood for the stream, how about a 7-7 high flop? All jokes aside, Ethan going to be sticking in the call here.
Alright, I was just kidding.
Wes and Ethan have battled it out time and time again here.
It looks like it's going to be Ethan ending the night with the larger stack, barring a miracle on the flop. No miracle for the 7 deuce, and the good news for Wes in this instance is that he does have a very significant range advantage. Does decide to just check though, potentially letting Ethan see a free card. Maybe Ethan is just going to turn his hand into a bluff right here and now.
Has equity if called. Not worried about it.
And the way Wes wins this hand is going to be with a check raise right here. But he just doesn't want to do it at the end of the night. Let's not give up more chips. Makes the fold, and Ethan is going to take down the final pot of the night.
Well, it's been an interesting stream here tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, you too.
Lots of fun pots, fun spots, good fun table talk.
Yeah, with a lineup like this, a lot of these players playing with each other so frequently, especially even here on stream. We see how all the players end up looking at the numbers. All players buying in for 1,000. You can see everybody north of 1,000. Tisch Money with the most chips on the table. A lot of those stacks 2K and up. Very active table. No shock to see Wes and ATM leading the VPIP chart. Very, very active table. And some of these numbers going to be slightly off. 2% had to leave early. And Mo joining the game a little late. Cumulative winnings. Tisch Money, 5.1, 3.1 for Ethan. Wes, 2.8 in the end. 1.3 for Mo. Just over 1,000 as well for Patrick. ATM near 1,000. Everybody else in the red. HV down 6.7. 4K in the hole for 2%. 3,000 for Jhonathan, and B2 call it 1.3. It's been a fun one this Monday. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate you, Chris. Great analysis as always. Hopefully we get you in here more and more often, or see you out there on the felt. From Champions Poker Live, this is Kyle Miller, joined by Chris Ooh. Appreciate y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. And no fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, play your hand, play your hand.